The Royal Rumble is my favorite event of the year. Always enjoyed the Royal Rumble ever since I was a little monster. Always my favorite event. So it kills me when we get one that is mediocre. And that is what the men's match was here this year in the Royal Rumble. It was the definition of mediocrity. Funny enough, mediocrity is the word that Roman Reigns used when he was on Pat McAfee's show this week, when he was doing what I took to be a mostly in-character interview. But it was a word that he used when he was on the show the other day, talking about the current crop of young talent in the company. He was remarking basically in so many words about waiting for someone to step up, how he laid the groundwork and kind of set things up for success, and he's been waiting for somebody else to step up to the plate and kind of take the baton and run with it. Talked about the young talents who he says complain about guys like him hogging up all the TV time, which can't possibly be true of Roman Reigns, because if we get him 3 or 4 times in a 6-month period, that's a lot. So I don't know who the young guys are referring to. Certainly not Roman Reigns when they talk about that. But this is what part of what he said. He said, I give them plenty of space to create whatever type of superstardom they want. Get over. That's what he said. Get over. Get over, kids. You know what I mean? And we're 2 years here now, and we haven't advanced. We haven't evolved. 2 years, of course, in reference to the amount of time that has gone by since he lost the WWE Championship to Cody Rhodes in Philadelphia at WrestleMania. Well, he's right about one thing. We haven't evolved. Because Roman Reigns, the same Roman Reigns who declared for the Royal Rumble via on-screen graphic, is your 2026 Royal Rumble winner. Put those fingers to the sky. The OTC is going to WrestleMania. He has punched his ticket. And, you know, it's funny to listen to him, again, whether in kayfabe or not, telling the younger talent to get over. You got to go out there and you got to get over. We haven't advanced, right? You got to get over. Someone's got to get over. And this is from a guy who was pushed very hard from day one, in spite of not being as over as the company wanted him to be as a babyface, right? If anybody in here has been a wrestling fan for the last decade, you know exactly what I'm talking about, because it's been 11 years of Roman Reigns. In fact, it was 11 years ago that Roman Reigns last won the Royal Rumble. And when he won the Royal Rumble, he was booed out of the building. They booed The Rock. The Rock. All because he got in the ring and raised his cousin's arm. They booed The Rock. That is how much the fans rebelled against what WWE and Vince McMahon were doing with Roman Reigns all those years ago. We don't want him. We don't want him as the top babyface, right? Because I think things would have been very different had they gone and turned Roman heel a lot earlier than they did. Now, in the end, it all worked out. We got the tribal chief, right? So, hey, things happen for a reason. But it really wasn't all that long ago that you and I can remember a time when Roman Reigns was being pushed over anybody and everybody else at the expense of other people in the company. And who knows if those people would have gone on to be bigger stars or not. But at the expense of everybody else, it was all about Roman. Roman was the handpicked chosen one. And whether the fans wanted it or not, whether he was over or not, we're going to push Roman Reigns. He's our guy. And so here we are all these years later. I don't know. It's just funny to me to hear him making comments like that and saying, well, you got to get over. If only everybody would be so lucky as to have had the endorsement of the man in charge and be pushed as heavily as he was all those years ago, perhaps some of them would. But now he stands before us with his second Royal Rumble win. He won a Royal Rumble that, as I mentioned before, the word I would use to describe it is mediocre. And when it was over, we were faced with either Roman Reigns now going to WrestleMania. By the way, going to WrestleMania to break his own record for the greatest number of main events in WrestleMania history. I'm pretty sure he already owns the record, especially if you count these 2-night WrestleManias. In Philadelphia 2 years ago, he got 2 main events. So he owns the record. He'll break his own record this year. And now the question is, which championship is he going to challenge for? Because he must be challenging for a championship, even though he was already the WWE champion for 1,300 days. Why not do it all over again, or at least tease the possibility? So right now, the champions are CM Punk. He is the World Heavyweight Champion. And Drew McIntyre, after tonight, is still the WWE Champion, which I don't think anybody is surprised about, because I don't know how many people honestly expected Sami Zayn to leave Riyadh as the WWE Champion. Probably not very many, especially judging by the reaction that match got tonight. Roman Reigns against CM Punk is the more interesting of the two options. It's not a match that I'm necessarily opposed to. There's certainly bad blood. There's history. There's been wars of words between the two men. We saw the interaction between them in War Games a couple of years ago. Although they seem to be okay with each other at the end of War Games this past year. It was Roman and Cody who were still teasing a potential issue. But Roman Reigns one-on-one, not in a triple threat like last year, one-on-one with CM Punk, is a match that would be a big match to do and has some appeal. And Roman, a few years ago on a podcast, actually a few years ago, it was a year ago, he was on a podcast and he was talking about the World Heavyweight Championship, which he has always talked about as being beneath the WWE title. And he was asked, well, how would you try to increase the value of the World Heavyweight Championship? And he said, well, have me hold it. If I win it, the value automatically goes up. Without me, it doesn't mean as much. So maybe they could factor that into a storyline. I mean, those are comments that you would think would be brought up, right? If we end up getting a storyline between him and CM Punk. But we also have the possibility of Roman Reigns maybe against Drew McIntyre for the WWE Championship. And again, it's not, as a match, it's not a match that I would hate to see. And there's certainly history there with Drew being screwed over by Roman and the Bloodline so many times. And it would be something other than Drew McIntyre against Cody Rhodes, which I certainly don't want to see again at WrestleMania. But there's just something about, there's something about that match. There's something missing there. Especially if the idea is that Roman would go into WrestleMania and win back the belt, which absolutely should not happen. Let us not forget that Roman Reigns is not full-time. Roman Reigns will never again be a full-time performer. And the idea of putting a championship back on Roman Reigns, as popular as he is, makes no sense to me whatsoever. And that really is at the heart of the issue that I have with him, even though I predicted him to win the Rumble. I didn't say I wanted him to win the Rumble, but it was so obvious to me that he was very likely going to win the Royal Rumble. But I don't have any use of seeing him holding a championship. We've already seen him with an iron fist ruling for 1,300 days as the WWE champion. And what a run it was that he had. But now it's over. And it's time for other people to take the title and take the mantle, right? Take the baton and run with it. And Roman, he could be a special attraction on the show, but yet here he is yet again back in the main event challenging for a title. We're also faced with a possibility, a very real possibility, that Drew McIntyre may not make it into WrestleMania as the WWE champion. There are reports out there that he's supposed to, and he's going to walk in there as the champion. There have been a lot of reports, and 50% of them might be right, 50% of them probably are not. Plans also change, which if you watch WWE Unreal, you would know that very well. We could very well have Cody Rhodes winning back the championship at the Elimination Chamber. Now, he could be in the Elimination Chamber, but he could also win the belt back at the Elimination Chamber. Drew McIntyre is the one who helped eliminate Cody Rhodes from the Royal Rumble tonight. The issue between the two of them is far from over. So if Cody were to win the championship back, I mean, Roman's going to have to make a choice soon. I don't think there's a time limit. But maybe there is. I don't know. It all depends, I guess, on when he makes his decision. Elimination Chamber is still a month out. But the possibility of Cody Roman 3 is still very much alive. Another match that I do not need to see again at WrestleMania for, what would that be, the third time in 4 years? Yeah, no thank you. I don't look at this as being a lot of great options. It just feels like old hat. It just feels like we're going back to the same well that we always go to because we're just too afraid. We're just too afraid to break out of that and try something a little bit different. Talk about playing it safe. I used that term before when it comes to Triple H and WWE. Of course, for them, it's understandable because it's the easy thing to do. You just go with your big stars who no one is saying Roman is not over. You heard the reaction he got when he came out tonight. But for them, it's very easy. Well, let's just go with our big stars. They're the ones that are going to be the most recognizable. They're the ones that are going to be the most well-liked in theory. They're the ones that are going to be on the marquee and we can market WrestleMania around, and we'll just keep doing that until it doesn't work anymore. It was a good night, though, in the Rumble for a few people, other than Roman Reigns. Powerhouse Hobbs, who made the jump from AEW to WWE, made his debut in the Royal Rumble, actually coming out to that name before it quickly transitioned into his new name. It's the same thing they did with Kenta many years ago when he debuted in NXT, right? It was Kenta, and then it changed to Hideo Itami. So they did that with Powerhouse Hobbs, and it was good to see him in that match, and I hope the best for him. He took a chance on himself. He wanted to try something different, new surroundings, new people to work with, new opportunities, new horizons. I hope he finds all the fame and fortune he's looking for. No Chris Jericho in the Royal Rumble. I can't say that I'm terribly disappointed by this, mildly surprised, but we talked about this in the lead up to the Rumble where there's a chance that maybe, especially in Jericho's mind, he would rather come back and have a return that is, kind of divorced from all the noise of the Royal Rumble where you have other people who are making their return or other people who are making their debut. He's one of many. And maybe it's better of his return, because it would be a big deal, him coming back, first time back in 7 or 8 years. Let it breathe and stand on its own. I have every expectation that we're going to be seeing Jericho and AJ Lee back on television very soon. AJ Lee was another one who surprised me. She was not in the Women's Royal Rumble. But I have every reason to believe that she will be the one wrestling Becky Lynch at WrestleMania. So those were two surprising things in terms of who did not show up on the show tonight. But for NXT, you look at the NXT influence in both of these Rumbles, right? It was very evident in terms of people who either were making their first appearance or were recently called up. Obafemi made his debut, main roster debut here in the Royal Rumble. You have other names also like Javon Evans, who recently became full-time on Monday Night Raw. Javon Evans was in the Rumble tonight for over 40 minutes. Not bad. Not bad for his first Rumble. Sol Ruka, Lola Vice, JC Jane, right? I mean, there was a lot of NXT influence. Trick Williams, a lot of NXT influence on the show. And that's great because they need these guys to get over. They need these guys and gals to kind of take that spotlight and run with it and become the next Roman Reigns, become the next big star, Rhea Ripley, whoever. Because this is where we are right now. There's a lot of guys on that roster who have been around forever. And after a while, it gets old and you're just looking for new stars to step up. And we kind of got a little bit of a taste of that tonight, right? They're not quite there yet, but it's encouraging, right? There's hope for the future. So it was a good night for Obafemi and a lot of those names. And, the thing about it, though, I joke about Triple H when he makes, how many fucking times do we hear from Triple H about, oh, it's a new era. Tonight, it's the start of a new era. How many fucking times has he said this in the last few months, right? So there he is on the post show, and he's talking about the Royal Rumble, and he makes a comment about how it's a new era. I don't even care if it makes sense in the context that he was using it in today. There's no way that he is oblivious to the fact that we have at least one new era every month from Triple H. He does it on purpose at this point. I'm convinced he does it on purpose. Every month we have a new, I can't wait to find out what the new era in the month of February is going to be. What do you think the new era in March? And then April's WrestleMania. That's going to be a big new era. I can't wait to find out. So yes, if you were wondering on the post show, Triple H did mention yet another new era. So if you have that on your bingo card or if you're playing a drinking game, go ahead and take a shot. So there were a few positive takeaways from this year's Royal Rumble. Not enough to make this a great show. a few fun moments or a few positive takeaways. That's great, right? That's better than none. But this was not a great show. This was not a great Royal Rumble. The best thing on the Royal Rumble was actually neither of the Rumble matches themselves. The best thing on the Royal Rumble card here was actually the saddest thing on the show, which was AJ Styles, for the final time inside a WWE ring. He did, in fact, step in there with Gunther, and he lost. He lost in a match that was exactly what I would have wanted the John Cena match to be at Saturday night's main event. And you would think it would have been, because John Cena, I mean, look, in the context of WWE, Cena was around longer. Cena was far more important to WWE and a bigger star in WWE than AJ Styles was. But AJ had the send-off match with Gunther that Cena should have had. I loved everything about the match itself. I thought the match was great. It was easily the best thing on the entire show. It was an emotional roller coaster with a lot of the near falls, and the fans were invested. And of course they would be, because the stipulation, how can you not be? AJ is this beloved figure in the company. He's been wrestling all these years, and now the possibility that his career could be over. You knew that that stipulation was going to make every near fall in that match, every submission hold, that much more dramatic. I thought it would happen in April. We got it a lot sooner than I thought we would. But it's still sad because he lost. And no, I don't think that he's going to go back on his word or it's some kind of angle. At least in WWE, AJ Styles is done. And that really is the question, which we'll get into later. Is he truly done? Is he done? Or is he only done in WWE? The way Triple H was talking about it on the post show, he made it sound like AJ told him he's done, like fully done. Whether or not you believe that, whether or not that's the case, that remains to be seen. The Women's Royal Rumble. The Women's Royal Rumble cleared the Men's Royal Rumble this year. I don't think I would have said that last year. I remember thinking the Men's Rumble last year was actually very good. I know a lot of people shit on it because Jey Uso won and everything, but I actually thought it was a very strong Men's Rumble last year. The Women's Rumble was easily the better of the two this year, at least the second half of it. The first half was just the definition of mid. And then in the second half is where it really picked up. And I actually thought the finish was very dramatic and very well done. Liv Morgan is going to WrestleMania. She is going to challenge the champion of her choice. And boy, Bianca Belair, man, she must be super fucked up. And she was not in the Rumble. And so that just makes me sad. But I have no issue with Liv winning. I figured I said it the other day, if Bianca is not in the Rumble, Liv is my pick to win. I think it's well-deserved. She's one of the biggest stars in the company, really, but certainly on Monday Night Raw. So I have no issue with her going to WrestleMania and wrestling for a championship. One of the surprises that we got on the show, and I wouldn't say it was a night where we had a ton of surprises. There were a few in the Rumble matches. One of the surprises I legitimately was not expecting. Like, I knew Nikki Bella was going to be in the Rumble. It was kind of spoiled the other day because somebody had uploaded a video. They were testing inside the stadium, the screens and everything, and her Tron was there. Her logo was there. So I knew she was going to be there. What I was not anticipating was I'm sitting here and I'm doing my notes and I'm looking over and I'm watching the Rumble, and then I hear Brie mode. And I know that many of you probably immediately ran to Twitter to see, and I reacted instantly. And what I typed out on Twitter was my actual instant reaction. Oh God, no. As soon as I heard it. But would you believe that of all the people that we saw on the show tonight, if you had to rank them and have a top 5, a top 3 of who got the biggest and best reactions of anybody on the entire show, fucking Brie Bella got one of the biggest reactions of anybody on the entire show. I mean, this stadium, and whether you want to attribute it to who she's married to because they were doing doesn't matter. She came out, this place went absolutely out of their minds. And I don't know what that says about us as a people, that in 2026, the Bella twins and Brie Bella are the most over thing on the show. That I was not expecting. But as soon as I heard the opening chords, it was just the memories that came flooding back into my head. If you remember the MRI story that I told on the podcast many years ago, this is where it all goes back to. This is where it all goes back to. I had an MRI many years ago for something. And if you've ever had an MRI, you got to lay very still inside this tube, and it could be claustrophobic, but they let you listen to music. And I said, great. I have my phone or whatever. You can play music. I had a wrestling playlist, and it's randomized. Just play it. And let me tell you something. You haven't lived until you have laid still, unable to move, inside of an MRI machine when Brie mode comes on. A single tear began to fall down my face. So yes, I had a little PTSD when they hit that music. But my God, I was not expecting that reaction. Drew McIntyre. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Anobi. Drew McIntyre and Sami Zayn. That was the other match on the show. Not a lot of matches on the show, but that was the other match on the show. WWE Championship match. As I'm not going to say it was a bad match. Any other night, any night in general, it would be a good match. But at best, that's all it was. It did not have any sort of real heat. It did not have any sort of reaction that would indicate people were terribly invested in this match, which I will say was surprising given how popular Sami Zayn is over there in Saudi Arabia. I mean, every time he goes there now, they cheer for him. He's like a returning hero, and he got a positive reception. You heard it on SmackDown last night. But this was as heatless a WWE Championship match. It's kind of sad for me to sit here and tell you that the WWE title match was the come down match. It was almost like, you've heard about the piss break match, right? That's kind of what this was on this show. And Drew McIntyre wins. He is now 12-0 in his career against Sami Zayn. He's running up the score. And that was it. But I think a lot of it also had to do, frankly, with the fact that they were in a terrible spot on this show, because this match came immediately after the AJ Styles match with Gunther, where AJ was retired and people were just stunned and sad and disappointed. It's like when the Undertaker streak came to an end at WrestleMania. I want to say it was maybe the Divas Battle Royal, or there was some sort of Divas match, I think, that came right after it. I was in the building for that WrestleMania, and I vaguely even remember what came after. Like, it's weird how your memory works, what you remember and what you don't. Everything else after that, except for the main event, was just a blur. But I vaguely remember, I think it was a women's match, and AJ Lee won, and Vicky Guerrero was out there, but it's like spotty, in my memory. So when you have this big, dramatic finish to a match, especially something that's just shocking, it definitely, I wouldn't want to have to go out there and follow that. So I definitely think there was some of that going on in that match. But when the show was over, the word I kept coming back to was underwhelmed. I was underwhelmed by this year's Royal Rumble. And let me tell you, there was some horrendous booking and just bizarre decisions that were made in terms of some of the things that were done, in particular during the men's match. And when it came to certain spots and eliminations, like, my mind is still blown that Brock Lesnar was eliminated from the Royal Rumble while Jey Uso was still yeeting in the middle of his forever entrance. Like, I'm watching this going, what the fuck? Who the fuck booked that? There were certain eliminations that should have been more impactful and should have meant more than they did, and they were just kind of done, and I don't know. There were a lot of very bizarre things that happened in that match. But yeah, the Jey Uso entrance, some people say it still might be going on. I'm not sure the entrance is even done. I'll let you know when it is, because we're going to go through this entire show here. This is your 2026 Royal Rumble review. I am the Solomonster. I want to thank you for joining me here on a Saturday night. It was a little bit different than usual because the Royal Rumble for the first time was at 2 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern time. We've never had a Royal Rumble that early before because they were over in Riyadh. So this is certainly a change. Normally, I'd be watching the Rumble and probably going live in a couple of hours, but it's nice to be live with you a little bit earlier than usual. Like and subscribe. Super chats are open, or I will open them back up here in a moment. We do have a bonus goal, super chat goal going on in the chat. I wonder if there might be a certain donation that pops up tonight. I guess we'll find out. But get those messages in. I'm going to be reading them. I want to know what you guys thought, genuinely, of these Royal Rumble matches in this entire show. So get them on in. And also, You knew we were going to do this. We have to bring out the wheel. So what we do here, if you're new here, we usually have a likes goal. There's a little segment at the end we do called Be the Booker, which is unique to this channel. And so we have to hit the number of likes needed to do Be the Booker. And I'm going to take this wheel for a spin real quick. And we're going to find out how many likes you guys need to get for us to do Be the Booker. Oh, this is not even fair. Have we already hit that goal? Okay, well, we can't do that. We've already broken that. 361 likes. We're over 400 already. Let me try this one more time. I should have changed the values on here. Okay. 432, we're at 440. Okay, so basically the wheel is useless tonight. And Be the Booker is guaranteed. So I see my fuck up. I should have changed the values on there for tonight. Anyway, that's the first time that's ever happened, by the way, where you've already smashed the goal before the wheel even stops spinning. How about that? That is the best, isn't it? I think it is. All right, let's get into this here. So at least you know you're getting one round later. Fair is fair. I should, you know what though? I should double it. Let's make it 600. How about that? I'm gonna overrule that. 600 minimum. 600 minimum. The hell am I doing? So at the beginning of the show, of course, Triple H was featured heavily in the opening intro. He's also, by the way, on one of the covers for WWE 2K26. There is a King of Kings edition of the game coming out. Somebody told me it's $150. Oh boy, yeah, 150 bucks. So anyway, he opened the show, and it's basically him walking the halls, and they have images of different people winning the Royal Rumble over the years, and then of course culminating with him. He won the Royal Rumble twice. So there he is walking around, and this has become a signature of his, where he's got to be a part of all of this stuff. In case you didn't know, this is the Paul Levesque era, another new era of WWE. Let me talk about the location in the stadium here, because I know that there was, and there is, in the chat, a lot being made of this. This was the first major PLE in Saudi Arabia. Up to this point, we've had Crown Jewel and Super Showdown. We had the greatest Royal Rumble. That was the first one I think they did back in 2018. And there have been some great shows, too, that they've done in Saudi. You know, first they were like these special shows, and then after a while, you would actually see title changes, and you would see things that were actually important on those shows. But we've never had a Royal Rumble or a WrestleMania or a SummerSlam. I mean, a SummerSlam in the Middle East sounds like just hell on earth, but the Royal Rumble coming to Saudi, this was a first time ever thing. And they had an empty parking lot. It's like WrestleMania 9, where they had the parking lot at Caesar's Palace, and they had to construct their own arena, their own stadium for the show. In this case, they had about a month to build a 25,000 seat outdoor stadium for the show. And as sad as it is for me to say, the literal build of the stadium for the Royal Rumble was far more interesting than the build for this show. But they got it done. Very impressive. It was just a massive, I guess it's made entirely out of scaffolding, I think they said, and they claimed they had 25,000 people there. The problem is the stadium looked more than half empty when the show started, because they have this gimmick where every seat, like it must be the back of every seat, has like an LED light. Now it kind of reminded me, if you remember the first Raw on Netflix last year that they did from that newer arena in LA, and you saw like little dots out in the crowd. I think they had something similar, but I don't remember it looking like this, where it made the arena look like it was empty. So I'm watching this and I'm like, this is fucking horrendous. This looks awful, because I can hear people. I know they're there, but it legitimately looked like I'm watching the Royal Rumble in a half-empty building. And thankfully, I would say maybe not even midway through the Women's Rumble, they either saw the same thing or they at least were looking on social media and they were being savaged over this. And somebody had the good sense to turn those lights off. And then they only used them, I think, during the entrances. And then it looked a little bit, honestly, it still looked kind of empty. I don't know if it was the way it was lit. I don't know. There were pictures from inside the stadium of people like, hey, we got people here. So I know they were there, but just, I'm talking aesthetically, visually, it looked fucking terrible. Don't ever use those lights again because we're getting WrestleMania in Saudi next year. Can you imagine looking around? I don't know where WrestleMania is even going to be, but I'm sure it'll be some big stadium. And yeah, if they have these lights again, it's just going to look horrendous. So thankfully they at least turned them off. But then I also saw people saying, man, you know, there were no reactions on this show. It was so quiet, man. The crowd sucked. They weren't making any noise. We're going to get WrestleMania and no one's going to be making a sound. There were parts of the show, in particular during the Women's Rumble, or certain people who would come out during the Rumbles where it was like you could hear a pin drop. But I think people are over-exaggerating. Like the stuff that you would expect to get a reaction on the show got loud reactions on the show. Like, I'm watching the AJ Styles and Gunther match, and the crowd's fucking loud. They're into it. The big spots and moments during the Rumbles, they were loud. They were into it. So, sure, there were moments like that during the show, but I think people are over-exaggerating the crowd noise stuff when it comes to the show. I mean, to hear some people talk about it, you would think that it was just stone silent the entire time. I don't know what show you were watching. I heard noise. I just couldn't see the fucking people. But I heard noise, so I knew they were there. They opened with the 30-woman Royal Rumble match with Charlotte Flair out at number 1. She was the winner of last year's Royal Rumble. And number 2, wouldn't you know, completely at random, her tag team partner, Alexa Bliss. So Charlotte, she did tease eliminating Alexa, but ultimately they decided to just wait for number 3 to emerge, and that ended up being Kiana James. And Kiana James went on a little run of offense. Ultimately, though, Charlexa, they double-teamed her until Nia Jax rumbled out to the ring in number 4. Number 4, by the way, was my draw for our Royal Rumble pool in the Facebook group. So I was hoping that number 4 would win either in the Men's Rumble or the Women's Rumble. And then I saw Nia Jax come out and I said, fuck. So I said, I guess we're going to wait for the Men's Rumble and see who comes out in number 4. Number 5 was Ivy Nile, who came out to chants of "You Suck" to her American-made theme. Yeah, it's got that Kurt Angle kind of beat to it. So to the American-made theme, they were chanting "You Suck." Number 6 was Lola Vice from NXT. Making her main roster debut. She doled out some spin kicks to everybody and took Charlotte down with a German suplex. And she was pretty over. Now, for somebody who's never appeared on the main roster before, she was pretty over. So Kiana, at one point, got Nia up on her shoulders and took her down for a Samoan drop. Candice LeRae came out at number 7. My God, this music. She came out to the most just generic catalog music that you could possibly find. Like, legitimately, Def Rebel is sitting there probably going, all right, let's go through this. You know what? This song sounds good. We'll just go with this. The most generic shit that you could... Like, nobody even knew who was coming out. They didn't care. Not that they would have popped if, Candice LeRae had a bitchin' theme, because what are they doing with Candice LeRae on TV? So that, coupled with the fact that they had no idea who it was, she got no reaction coming out. This is also the point in the Rumble where they finally turned those awful LED lights off. So Jordynne Grace entered at number 8 in the Rumble here. She wasn't wearing her Silver Surfer outfit that she was wearing backstage on SmackDown Friday night. She had a different one on. And almost instantly, she dumped out Candice and Lola. And then she eliminated Ivy Nile. Nia put a stop to her momentum, and Nia Jax ended up out on the apron with Alexa Bliss. As Alexa and Charlotte, they were both trying to get rid of Nia. Alexa was on the apron. Charlotte was in the ring. So Charlotte hits the ropes on the opposite side. She comes off with a big boot. The only problem is she booted Nia as Nia went off the apron. I think she grabbed onto Alexa. Alexa goes with her. And so because Charlotte booted Nia, it ended up eliminating Alexa Bliss in the process. Her own partner, her own friend. So Alexa is looking up at Charlotte and she can't believe it. And Charlotte was not happy about what happened. She didn't mean to do it. Or did she? So that's going to be a problem for the two of them now coming out of this, one would think. Becky Lynch was out next in number 9. And we got Charlotte and Becky fighting it out briefly. And so then ended up outside under the bottom rope. Fighting over by the announce desk was Charlotte and Becky. Again, they didn't go out over the top, so they're still in. When Sol Ruca from NXT, that's what she does, right? Sol Ruca comes out, gets a pretty good reaction at number 10. The fans were hyped for a confrontation with her and Becky, and she put Becky down. Then she took down Kiana and Jordan with a double drop kick off the middle rope. Roxanne Perez, who set the record last year in the Rumble for the longest stay ever in a women's Royal Rumble. She was the runner-up with Charlotte. She was in that Rumble last year for 1 hour, 7 minutes. So she was in next. Maxine Dupree was number 12. She went right after Becky Lynch. And then at number 13, it was not Natalya. It was Natty. And she still has that Bret Hart guitar riff at the beginning, but it's new music now that she has. So she ran down to the ring. She went after Maxine, who ended up getting Natty in an ankle lock. Becky, though, snuck up with a manhandle slam, and then Becky Lynch dumped Maxine out of the ring like nothing. So she beat Maxine to get her belt back, and then just to put the cherry on top, she eliminated her from the Royal Rumble as well. I don't know why you wouldn't have had Natty do that, but what do I know? So Maxine was dumped out. Becky then tried to dump out Natty from behind. That was a mistake. It did not work. And then Natty, this was a surprise. Natty eliminates Becky Lynch. I wasn't expecting that. So I guess maybe that's now going to set up an intercontinental title match between the two of them on TV. Because, Natty did say she was coming after Becky's belt. Becky talked about that in a backstage promo on Monday. So I guess that feeds into an upcoming match between the two of them. Liv Morgan was out next at number 14 and immediately hit an oblivion on Kiana James. So keeping track so far, that is 2 of the 3 Judgment Day ladies in the ring. Number 15. Oh, there he is again. Look at this. Even in wax form, Triple H has to have his face all over everything. Just popped up on my screen. SMG Kobe for the $4.99. Solo, you ruined my night. I had number 1 in the Facebook poll. Oba was eliminated by Brock, and in my shock, I then hear, ooh, so. Way to kick a man when he's down. What are you blaming me for? How is that my fucking fault? It's not my fucking fault. I don't know why you're blaming me. I didn't send him out there. Number 15 was Lash Legend. Now, if you remember what I said in my Rumble predictions, I had tabbed her for the monster spot and the most eliminations in the Women's Rumble this year. It just felt to me like this would be the perfect spot for her. They see big things in her future, and I just said she would be perfect for that spot. So she came in at number 15, and immediately a double choke slam to Liv and Kiana. Sol Ruca did a springboard off the ropes, and Lash just booted her out of midair. So Legend ended up on the apron with Jordan Grace.
The amazing Gunther.
Oh boy.
Jerry Lawler loves Gunther, the magnificent. All hail Gunther.
I will bow down. All hail. Row, row, Roman Reigns gently down the stream. All hail the mighty Gunther. Row, row, Roman Reigns gently down the stream. Yeah. Row him right back into the main event of WrestleMania. Well, now, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. So as I was saying, Lash ended up on the apron with Jordan Grace, had her on her shoulders, and then just dumped her to the floor. Just like that. Jordan Grace is eliminated. Number 16 was Zelina Vega. Oh, my God. Number 16, Zelina Vega comes out. Brother, her music gets a negative reaction every time she comes. It's like the fans are actively recoiling when she comes out. Like if it was possible to get a negative pop to your music, this song does it every single time it hits. And it actually takes me about 5 seconds. If I don't look at the screen where her name is up there, it takes me a good 5 seconds before I can even figure out whose music is this. Every time, without fail. It happened again. I'm watching this Rumble. I'm like, eh. But they have like the graphics on the screen now and everything, so make it a little bit easier as far as who's coming out. And I think the graphics started last year. And it's probably like a Leaf Fitting production thing with Kevin Dunn being gone. But I just remember at the Rumble 2 years ago, I was there at the Rumble in Tampa. And I'm sitting in the crowd. And I actually really enjoyed the Women's Rumble 2 years ago. But I'm looking up. And I was not the only one in my section, and I'm sure other sections in Tropicana Field, where we had to look up at the screens and try to figure out, like, can you show the name? Because half the women in that Rumble, we could not identify them because the music was so generic and horrible. So part of me wonders if the reason that we now have graphics on the screen, at least for the people watching at home, is so that we could at least identify who these women are. And they do it now for the women and the men. But that's how bad it was. So again, it just goes to the issue of how important entrance music is. When you have a really good entrance song or one that's really identifiable, or I hate to even use this one as an example, but you know, Kit Wilson. Everyone loves Kit Wilson's song, and it's just such a it just sounds like AI. But and by the way, where the fuck was Kit Wilson? I just hit me. Where the fuck was he? What the hell happened to Kit Wilson? We had fucking Mr. Iguana in the men's Rumble. The AAA guys, by the way, got no reaction. None. La Parka, Mr. Iguana, nobody cared. Nobody knew who they were, or they didn't give a shit. You have room for those guys, but you can't put Kit Wilson? You don't think his entrance wouldn't have gotten a big reaction? Where the hell was he? Again, one of those mystifying decisions that I just don't understand. Oh, I'm sorry, did I say it wrong? Wilson. Kit Wilson. Yeah, where was Kit Wilson? I don't know. But anyway, the moral of the story is that, as many other people in WWE, Zelina Vega's music is trash, and it does her no favors when she comes out to the ring. Number 17, Raquel Rodriguez. So this now completes the trifecta of the women in the Judgment Day. So you knew there would be drama that was going to be incoming very soon. But they were working together cohesively here for a little bit. Liv, Roxanne, and Kiana, they all ended up out on the apron at the same time. And Raquel came flying in with a boot, and she knocked Kiana to the floor. So the Judgment Day ladies, they all shared a hug, and everything was copacetic. Everything was good. And then we had number 18. It was Chelsea Green. She immediately confronted the Judgment Day women and tried to get them to join her. Liv slapped her, so Chelsea slapped her back. They all ganged up on her. Alba Fire was out there. So she wasn't officially in the Rumble, but she came out to the ring with Chelsea. And so she reaches in and she's trying to like help Chelsea, but she ends up getting pulled into the ring. And Raquel clotheslined her back out to the floor. Even though she was not in the Rumble, she got eliminated anyway by being clotheslined over the top rope. So then Julia, Women's United States Champion, enters at number 19. I'm watching this and I'm like, man, I hope she's in there long enough to share a moment or an exchange or something with Asuka and or Io. So she comes out to the ring. And there was a funny spot here where Alba was outside on all fours. Chelsea was almost eliminated, but she landed feet first on Alba's back. Alba was providing like a platform for her so she wouldn't be eliminated. And Chelsea was able to get back into the ring. But speaking of Io, guess who entered at number 20? Io Sky. So she comes out. 34 minutes and counting, by the way, so far for Charlotte Flair. And then we got number 21, and oh my God, it's Asuka. Ask and ye shall receive. We have Julia, we have Io, and we have Asuka, all in the ring together at the same time. And Asuka actually put her hand out to shake Julia's hand. They were going to gang up on Io. Julia slapped it away. They ended up working together anyway. until Asuka kicked Julia in the face. So, I mean, it was brief, but they did get to do some stuff together. So I thought that was kind of cool. Number 22 was Rhea Ripley. And I think she was wearing clown makeup. I mean, it wasn't that obvious. It was very faded. But when they got some close-ups of her face, I'm pretty sure she was dressed like a clown. Maybe she's going to be part of JCW. Maybe she's secretly a juggalo. She did dress up as Art the Clown in War Games. I don't know. But she made her way out. She was dressed in all black, skin tight, from neck to toe. And she even got pyro for a Royal Rumble entrance. That's how you know she's a big deal, when you get pyro during your Royal Rumble entrance. Julia and Zelina, they ended up out on the apron. Julia blasted her with the Arrivederci knee, sending her to the floor. Rhea dumped out Chelsea. Roxanne tried for pop rocks to Rhea. Rhea, though, countered out of it into a razor's edge. She gave her a razor's edge out over the top rope onto Chelsea and Alba on the floor. And so that was the end of Roxanne. Number 23 was Bayley, the winner of the 2024 Royal Rumble. Actually 41 minutes at this point and counting, in case you were wondering, for Charlotte Flair. JCW partnership incoming? I don't think so. Triple H and Russo working together? Yeah, I don't think so. And Tran says, it's coming, Solomon. Oh, it's coming. I know. I'm almost there. It's coming, all right. Number 24 was the NXT Women's Champion, Jacy Jayne. I'll never forget my reaction when I heard the news live. I was doing TNT. It was a Tuesday night, and the news came in that Stephanie Vaquer had been defeated and had lost her NXT Women's Championship to Jacy Jayne. And my reaction was, Jacy Jayne? Where the hell did that come from? Like, of all the members of Fatal Influence, I would have Fallon Henley maybe, but Jacy Jayne, especially the way they had protected Stephanie up until that point. But she went on to have herself a very nice year. And she entered the Rumble here, and I thought she did very well. She got a little bit of shine. She got some little run of offense there for a little bit. I think Jacy Jayne has improved and has come a long way. I will eat crow when it comes to Jacy Jayne. Natty was beefing with Rhea and then Liv. Raquel got her out on the apron. Liv flew in with an oblivion into the ropes, and the momentum sent Natty backwards to the floor. So Natty was gone. And then it was number 25. It was the Hall of Famer, Nikki Bella. Fearless. Nikki Bella out to the ring here. Number 20, and I thought that was it as far as the Bellas go. I'm like, all right, Nikki's in. She'll be out soon. No harm, no foul. Speaking of foul, number 26 was Bird Girl, Lyra Valkyria. Bayley and Lyra, they worked together to eliminate Julia. Number 27 was Kalani Jordan from NXT. Went right up top, hit a version of a Phoenix Splash onto Jacy Jayne, who was laying on the mat. Double DDT then takes down both Liv and Raquel. Number 28 was the Pirate Princess, Kairi Sane. Asuka's got help. Remember, Kairi said that she was going to make sure, one way or the other, that Asuka was going to win the Royal Rumble. That was her goal here. I wasn't even sure if Kairi was actually in the Rumble. I thought maybe she would come out and be in Asuka's corner. I never heard her officially declare, but she was in the Royal Rumble. So her plan to do whatever it takes to make sure Asuka wins didn't work out so well. It did not work out the way she intended. Asuka ended up out on the apron. She was hanging on by a thread. And Kairi came in with a forearm shot, like a sliding forearm shot to Io, who ducked it. So she missed Io, and she blasted Asuka in the back of the head. And then Asuka fell to the floor. So Asuka, she actually eliminated Asuka from the Royal Rumble. And then Io dumped out Kairi, and Asuka was not happy. That is not going to end well for poor Kairi. And then it was time for number 29. I'm sitting here trying to rack my brain like, man, we got 2 spots left. I'm like, I'm waiting for Bianca. I'm like, she's got to be number 30, right? She's got to be coming out. Maybe she's 29. I don't know, but got to be coming out. And like, legitimately, I was not expecting to hear Brie mode. And I almost just, my body seized up a little bit when I heard it. But then I heard something that was even more shocking, which was a gigantic pop. As Brie Bella made her way out to the ring, she got the biggest reaction up to this point of anything on the show. And so she runs, and I'm just sitting here like, dear God, no. God, no. She runs down to the ring. The fans are going ape shit with the yes chants. They zoom out. Everyone's putting their fingers in the air. She did the yes kicks. And then she hugs her sister. They got taken down, though. So then the final entrant was out at number 30. I was convinced, hoping that it was Bianca Belair, just because it would be great to get her back. And God knows SmackDown can use another big name right now. And so what better time than the Royal Rumble? She's been gone long enough. And it was not Bianca Belair. Number 30 was Tiffany Stratton, who we have not seen since she lost her championship a couple months ago to Jade Cargill. So Tiffany makes her way out. She came face-to-face with Charlotte. That was last year's WrestleMania match. And so they went at it. We had the Bellas going at it with Bayley and Lyra. The Bellas dumped them both out with head scissors. A head scissors to Bayley, a head scissors to Lyra. Again, huge pop when they eliminated them from the match. And again, they broke into yes chants. JC Jane eliminated Kalani Jordan, but then got caught with a soul snatcher. Best finish in all of wrestling. And then JC got dumped. So Lash Legend then single-handedly dumped out both Bella twins. And if I tell you the heat that this woman got for eliminating the Bellas, you would be stunned. But she did. She got legitimate heat. Fans did not like that. Lash Legend then eliminated Charlotte Flair. Just short of an hour in this match, and Charlotte is gone. So the final 7, Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez, Rhea Ripley, Io Sky, Lash Legend, Tiffany Stratton, and Sol Ruca. Lash caught Io by the throat off of a springboard, tried to dump Io. They both ended up on the apron. They were hanging from the middle rope. Io is latching onto Lash's leg. It almost looks like she's trying to apply some sort of like knee bar, but like she's hanging onto her leg, and Lash is hanging onto the ropes. Like Io's not even hanging on the ropes anymore. And Lash just takes her other foot and just, it's like she stomped her down to the ground. And so now Io Sky is gone. She is officially eliminated. Chalk another one up here. Another elimination for Lash Legend. And boy, this pissed off Rhea Ripley. They zoomed in on Rhea's face, and you could see her mouth the words. She was telling her, you're going to pay for that. So there was a clothesline, did not put Lash down. She went for a headbutt, did not put Lash down. Legend puts Rhea down, though, with a pump kick. And then it was Raquel standing up to Lash, who hit her with a fallaway slam. But here comes Rhea, and she clotheslines Lash Legend out to the floor. Her run is over. And then I'm watching Raquel. Raquel picks up Rhea in position for a Tejana bomb. And she ends up delivering a Tejana bomb onto the ring apron. I don't mean like she just sort of gently put her down. She fucking slammed this woman on the apron, right on the edge of the ring. And then Rhea falls to the floor, and it looked like it hurt. It looked like it sucked. Rhea falls to the floor. Rhea Ripley has been eliminated. She was one of the favorites coming into this match. But here comes Liv Morgan from behind, and Liv Morgan eliminates Raquel. I told you the drama was coming with the Judgment Day. So now we're down to Liv Morgan, Sol Ruca, and Tiffany Stratton. Liv went for Oblivion. Tiffany intercepted. Sol Ruca hit them both with a double soul snatcher. Sol tried to dump them both, but she went over with them. So now they're all hanging on. All 3 women are out on the apron, and they're all hanging on. And Sol made a very dumb mistake. She made a rookie mistake here. You know what this reminded me of? Because there have been some dumb things that wrestlers have done in the Royal Rumble. And I always used to laugh. Whenever there was a wrestler in the Royal Rumble who would try to pin somebody. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And the biggest, most egregious example of this, because you would think he would know better, and I love him to death, but the Macho Man Randy Savage in 1993, at the very end of the Rumble, comes off the top rope and drops an elbow on Yokozuna. And what does he do? He covers him. Like he's trying to pin him. And it was one of the most ridiculous looking finishes ever, because Yokozuna basically, the spot was that he powered him up and Savage had to basically jump over the top rope to eliminate himself. It was just so stupid. So I'm watching Sol Ruca here, and I could see what she's about to do. And I'm like, why would you even attempt this? You're on the apron. She's looking at the ring post, and she's going to hit a soul snatcher on the ring apron. This does not go well for Sol Ruca, because as soon as she gets airborne, Tiffany Stratton just shoves her to the floor, and Sol Ruca goes splat, and Sol Ruca is eliminated from the Royal Rumble. But here comes Liv Morgan flying in with an Oblivion, and the momentum takes Tiffany Stratton off the apron. She hits the floor, and Liv Morgan, after being the runner-up 2 times, always a bridesmaid, never a bride, is finally a Royal Rumble winner. Liv Morgan picks up the victory. So a few things here. I would say the first 50 or 60% of this Rumble was very, very, very mid. Even bad, frankly, in some spots, just because it was very boring. So there wasn't a whole lot going on there. And where it got great was in the last, I would say, 10 to 15 minutes. And then it got very good. And I thought that finish was great. I thought it was electric. I said coming into this, Bianca Belair, I really believed she was going to return. If she returned, I don't see the point in her returning and losing. So I had her as my pick to win. But if for some reason she wasn't going to be in there, Liv Morgan was my pick to win. So when Liv won, I wasn't disappointed or underwhelmed or anything, and it got a great reaction. And she's always really on Raw been in the middle of everything. Like in the Judgment Day they say has no leader. But, you know, at one point Finn Balor clearly was like, he was that guy, right? And Liv has been that person. Especially since she came back from her injury. If you had to say, who is the leader? Who's the, the straw that stirs the drink in the Judgment Day? It's Liv Morgan. So she's in the middle of a lot of different things. Any given week, she's become a great character on that show. And I also think her in-ring has improved. If you go back and look at Liv Morgan as a babyface 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when she was in the Riot Squad, right? She's a much better performer in-ring now than she was then. She is not among the elite in that company when it comes bell to bell, but she's fine. But she's, a big personality on the show. And whether or not she's going to be wrestling Stephanie Vicaire, is she going to cash in her opportunity at WrestleMania against Jade Cargill? I think not. Is Stephanie going to be the champion? Because there's an interesting little wrinkle here. Stephanie is defending her women's world title on Raw this Monday in a Philadelphia street fight against Raquel, who was eliminated in the Rumble by Liv. So we're looking at a situation potentially where Liv Morgan could be going into WrestleMania with her best friend as the women's champion. I don't think Stephanie's losing on Monday, but it doesn't mean that Raquel is not going to play a role, in the women's title picture heading into Las Vegas. So storyline wise, there's definite, different directions here, definite paths that they could take to make the story a lot more interesting. Maybe Raquel ends up on the outside of the Judgment Day and splits away from them. I don't know what they're going to do with it, but man, how bad is Bianca's hand? How fucked up is her hand still? That even in the Royal Rumble, like this woman has lost a year of her career because someone fell on her hand, like in a match, coming off of what I had as my match of the year in 2025. And it's crazy to think. I don't know what's going on. She's going to come back with a fucking hook for a hand at this point, which actually would be kind of cool. But yeah, anyway, I hope she gets well soon. That's all I can say. I don't know if she's had any sort of setback. I don't know if she needs another surgery, if she ever even had surgery. I think she was trying to avoid it. Maybe that's part of the issue. Maybe she should have had surgery and she didn't, and it just hasn't healed on its own. Because for those of you who don't know, the issue is she didn't break her finger so much as she broke her knuckle at the joint. And so there was a lot of swelling. And the issue is that if it doesn't heal properly, you can't wrestle like that, because it just makes the chances of your re-breaking that much higher. And so you can't do that, and it's not safe if you're trying to lift people and hold them up. And that's what she does. She's very strong, and she's always, military pressing people and suplexing people. And it's just not practical. So it's a tough injury, but yeah, hopefully we'll get to see her soon. I was surprised not to see AJ Lee in the Rumble. I thought we would see her. But again, I fully expect it'll be her and Becky, for the Intercontinental title at WrestleMania. When Natty eliminated Becky, that pretty much told me, oh, okay, I guess we're not getting AJ here in this match. So these were the surprises from NXT. Jacy Jayne, Sol Ruca, Lola Vice, and Kalani Jordan. And Brie Bella. That was the other one. Those are your surprises in the Women's Royal Rumble match. And how we live in a world where the Bella Twins got a bigger reaction than just about anything else on the show, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. But I guess we know who's going to be going after the women's tag team titles at WrestleMania, because if this was meant to be a one-off for Brie Bella, it ain't no more. Because I guarantee you, if it was meant to be a one-off, they heard that reaction, believe me, they're going to bring her back for more. We haven't seen the last of Brie Mode, I'm sure. Of the names they really put over here in this match, Sol Ruca, she lasted over 50 minutes. We got a bunch of soul snatchers. She was pretty over. I thought they put her over very strong. Lash Legend, she got the monster spot like I thought she would. I'm pretty sure she had the most eliminations. I think she had five or six eliminations in this match, and they were all very impactful ones. She dumped out Charlotte Flair, who was in there for almost an hour. She dumped out both Bella Twins. She dumped out Jordynne Grace. She dumped out Io Sky. She was the dominant one in the Royal Rumble this year. And then we'll see what the fallout is from Charlotte accidentally eliminating Alexa, Liv dumping Raquel, Kairi eliminating Asuka. It's one of the things I liked about the Women's Rumble when it was over. They had a few different spots and sequences like that where there's going to be fallout. And you will have to tune into the television to see where it goes. But there's no way there's not going to be some sort of consequence for these friends, right? Or partners eliminating their other partner. So we have some stories now coming out of this match. But second half, much better than the first, and they ended very strong. Ava says, Kiana looked great. Kiana looked good. Yeah, she had a nice run of offense in there for herself. Then it was the ring general. We had Gunther against the phenomenal AJ Styles. And if AJ loses, he must retire from the ring. They were singing and they were going crazy for AJ early in this match, which again is what makes me laugh when I hear some people saying, oh, the crowd was quiet for the entire show. No, they weren't. If you believe that, then you obviously took a piss break or went to go make a sandwich during this match. I suggest you go back and rewatch this match from beginning to end. Because they were certainly into it right from the beginning of the bell, right from the opening bell here of this match. They made more noise for these guys here in this match in the first 3 minutes than they did for anything except Brie Mode in the Women's Rumble. So it was a slow start for Gunther, but with AJ in the ropes, he got booted out to the floor very hard. Took a hard fall. This is where the tide turned. Gunther went over to the announce desk, picked AJ up, and dropped him right on top of the desk. He sent AJ into the ring post. Back inside, AJ was still selling a rib injury, and Gunther was working him over, including a huge back body draw. I love it. We don't get enough of those anymore. That's one of those spots we used to get in almost every match, and then we rarely get them now.
Row Roman Reigns gently down the stream.
You don't really see a lot of back body drops.
Row Roman Reigns gently down the stream.
But AJ got some height on this one, I will say. So I also noticed here at this point, the referee was putting his black gloves on. And so that means someone is bleeding. And then I saw AJ's arm, and he had a gash. I think it was his left arm. But he had a gash on his arm, like his forearm. And it was bleeding pretty good. Enough so that the referee put the gloves on. I think they said it happened when he got dumped on top of the announce desk. His arm may have clipped one of the monitors. He was leaving little blood puddles here and there, so hopefully that thing didn't get infected. Gunther got him in a Boston Crab. AJ, though, fought out of it. And he went on offense for a little bit. He got dropped, though, by a hard lariat. Styles got a calf crusher applied, finally, but Gunther immediately just reaches over and grabs the rope. So Gunther killed him with a shotgun drop kick into the power bomb with the high stack. AJ kicks out. So AJ got the calf crusher applied again, and this time he got it applied right in the center of the ring. So Gunther was nowhere near the ropes. But remember, and I pointed this out to you when I reviewed Saturday night's main event 1 week ago. We had that great match between AJ and Shinsuke Nakamura. And at one point during the match, he got Nakamura in a calf crusher for what felt like 10 minutes. And Nakamura, who doesn't do anything on television anymore, was locked in the calf crusher forever and a day and didn't tap out. And I said, well, that takes a lot of the drama away from that at the Rumble, because if Nakamura didn't tap to the calf crusher in 10 minutes, how am I supposed to believe that Gunther is? So, I'm sorry. For me, there wasn't a whole lot of drama here once I saw him in the calf crusher. But Gunther got out of it. He put the sleeper hold applied. AJ worked up to his feet, transitioned into a sleeper of his own. Gunther, though, got out of it. He applied the sleeper again, but AJ used the momentum of his own body. He kind of ran towards the ropes, and that sent Gunther flying through the ropes out to the floor. So Styles then comes down with a springboard forearm to the floor. Bullseye. He nails Gunther right between the eyes. AJ puts him back in the ring. He goes up top. Gunther cuts him off. He climbs up with him. So here comes the superplex. But AJ stuffs it. He slips underneath him. And AJ got a power bomb of his own with a stack. Gunther kicks out. So AJ goes to the apron and he's lining him up for a springboard 450. And then he got the big guy up for a Styles clash, but Gunther kicked out. And this was great stuff here so far. And again, the fans are invested and they're loud and they're hanging on to, every near fall. Everything's clicking. And now it was time for the phenomenal forearm. Gunther, though, catches him in a sleeper on the way down. AJ switches into one of his own. Gunther grabs the referee, though. And so the referee's view is obstructed, and he gives AJ a mule kick low that the referee did not see. And then came the power bomb with the deep stack, and AJ kicks out, and the place went nuts. That was a great, great near fall spot. Very believable. Gunther is screaming at the referee, saying that should have been a 3 count. And now Gunther starts just brutalizing AJ in the corner. He's kicking him. He's chopping him as hard as he fucking can. The referee has to get in between them and back Gunther up like he's going to disqualify him. It's like, back up. And the referee goes over to AJ and he's asking him, do you want to quit? Do you want to, do you give up? Do you want to stop? Of course, AJ, he's not going to quit. I mean, who do you think he is? John Cena? So the match continues. Gunther goes back into the corner and again, more chops and just relentless. So again, the referee backs him up. And I mean, look, if he were to be disqualified there, that would in theory save AJ's career. I'm just saying. So again, the referee is asking AJ if he wants to continue. And Gunther is telling him, get up, get up. And we got some more wicked chops. AJ collapses to his knees. Hard lariat. And this is getting ugly now. It looks like AJ's got nothing left. He's got no fight left in him. This thing is going to get called here any minute, right? That's what it's looking like. So finally, AJ fires back with some forearms. The phenomenal forearm is attempted. Gunther, though, grabs him off. Like as soon as he gets up onto the top rope to begin the motion, Gunther comes over. He just grabs him gently and places him on his shoulders. And he ends up getting the sleeper applied to AJ. So he gets AJ down to the mat. The legs are wrapped. He's got the body grapevine. The legs are wrapped around the body. There's nowhere for AJ to go. AJ, though, starts to elbow out of it, and the crowd comes alive. They see him throwing those elbows. They're like, yeah. Gunther, though, drops some anvil elbows of his own. He gets AJ back down on the mat. AJ is trying to fight out with more elbows. He's powering back up. He gets to the ropes, and he didn't get the full rope break, but he's close enough to the ropes where he got like a fingertip on the rope, which apparently was not good enough for a rope break. Gunther just pulled him back towards the center of the ring. More elbows from Gunther. And again, he takes AJ down in the sleeper. AJ has nowhere to go. He's starting to fade. And his arm dropped. And Dan Engler checks the arm once. And it drops because he's out. AJ is out. And the referee calls for the stoppage. Now, I have to say, if I have one criticism here, and this is more of a general criticism here, it is that it's very silly how sometimes they'll do the gimmick where the arm has to drop 3 times. That's what they did when I was a kid. And so like in a Hogan match, right? The arm would drop once, then the arm would drop twice, and the arm would drop 3 times, but now the arm goes back up, right? For dramatic effect. But now everything is so reality-based, right? With tap outs and triangle chokes and all the influence they borrowed from MMA. If the arm drops once, and honestly, it makes more sense to do it this way, that means the person is unconscious. You should call the match. And generally, that's what they do. In the John Cena match, though, I think it was, last month, they did the 3 arm drop. And sometimes they will go back to doing it that way. There has to be some consistency to it. It's just silly that in some matches you do it this way, in other matches you do it another way. So it's like a minor thing, but it's just one of those things. I think for the sake of consistency, they should just stick to the one drop. And if it drops, then that's it. You call the match off. And that's what the referee did here. The crowd is stunned silent. And they immediately cut to a shot of the different fans in the crowd. Their jaws have dropped. They're sad. They're just stunned. They can't believe it. They can't believe that he actually lost. And I think there were a lot of people in the crowd who don't live on the internet or social media who probably just saw it for what it was, which is, okay, AJ lost the first match and he's putting his career on the line and it's only January. So like, yeah, he's talked about how 2026 is going to be his final year, but like, this can't be it. Like the year just started and we're so close to WrestleMania. Like there's no way that AJ is going to lose this match. And then he fucking loses. A month after John Cena lost his final match. And they're just stunned. They can't believe it. It's like one of those Undertaker streak type of reactions here. And a week ago, I would have been part of that crowd. I wouldn't have believed it either. Like, there's no fucking way he's losing this match. They've booked themselves into a corner. How are they going to get out of this? Because surely AJ is not just going to go in there and lose. Right? There's got to be more to it than that. And then my tune started to change when I noticed that they were speed running through all of these big matches for AJ. Like, we got the first AJ Gunther match on like the second Raw of the year. And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, maybe they could hold off on doing the rematch for a while. But then they went and they made the announcement that they were going to have a match at the Royal Rumble and AJ was going to put his career on the line. And I thought, well, why the fuck are they doing that at the Royal Rumble? That was the match I pitched for WrestleMania when I did my predictions at the beginning of the year. I said, you do that stipulation for WrestleMania. Why are they doing it now? What are they going to do for a third match? Because I'm still thinking, right? Oh, this is going to go to a third match. So when I saw that, and then I saw that on 24 hours notice, they put him in the ring with Shinsuke Nakamura for like one last match together. I was like, huh. And then Monday is where I was convinced he's leaving. Like, he's done. And it was 2 things. Number one, in the opening promo on Monday, he talked about how there were a lot of guys especially in other locker rooms, that he would love to have the chance to get in the ring with one last time. And then they made the match with him and CM Punk for the World Heavyweight Championship. And I said, if they're doing that match on Monday, if they're doing that match unannounced, it's not even like they had a week to promote it. They're just throwing it out there. CM Punk and AJ Styles, first time ever in WWE, and it's for the World Heavyweight Championship. They are speed running through this because he is leaving, because he is done at the Royal Rumble. That's when I knew it was over. Like, I did a total 180. I said, holy shit, he really is done. So it wasn't really a shock to me to see it go down, the way that it did here. He awoke when it was over. He didn't realize what had happened, right? He had to be told, hey, it's over. You went out. He got to his feet, and the fans showered him with applause. He slowly began to remove his gloves, one by one. And he went to go lay them on the mat. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Every time he would bend over to put the gloves down, he would come back up, and the fans are like, no, no, no. And when he came back up, they start cheering. And so finally, he puts the gloves back on. And it gets this big reaction because I think people thought, okay, he's not going to retire. But no, he put the gloves back on to do the little, the pose that he does. He did it to all four sides of the ring, like one final salute. And then he climbed the turnbuckles one last time to pose for the fans. And, I don't know. The whole thing, it was very sad to see. And then he headed to the back. And I'll say this. This was everything that the John Cena match should have been on Saturday night's main event. And maybe they just didn't want to do the same finish back to back. I mean, there was no harm in doing it, because you have guys that are fighting until their last breath. They're putting in everything they got. They're not going to go down, with a smile on their face. They're going to fight till the very end, because this smug prick is not going to be the one who gets to go around saying that I tapped out so-and-so or I beat so-and-so, until finally your body just, gives out on you. And it's just funny comparing the two matches. It's like night and day. AJ just fought tooth and nail until the very end. Looked like he could still hang all the way through. Would not surrender. Every time you thought he was done, he would power back up to his feet and start firing off some elbows, and the crowd was totally into it. The crowd was invested. And yeah, they were disappointed when it was over because he lost, and what the implications of that were. But I don't think anybody would tell you, if they watched this match, that, they were disappointed with the match up to that point. Like, everybody was into it. Everybody was having fun with it. It was dramatic. It was a great match. It was better than their first one. And it was just a great match. And he never gave up until the very end, until he had absolutely nothing left to give. And then his body went out on him. And it was the emotional spectacle that I was hoping it would be at WrestleMania. I wasn't expecting it this early, but it was, with that stipulation, it was exactly what I was hoping it would be. And I'm not going to lie, like, for me, it was emotional watching him there at the end. It just felt like the end of an era, like it did last month watching Cena. Cena was more, he was more of a singular figure in this company who really defined an era all by himself. I wouldn't say that there was an AJ Styles era in WWE. Like, it was never really his place, the way that it was Cena's place. TNA was AJ's place. WWE, that was Cena's place, because he was the guy. So it was a bigger deal when Cena went out, because that truly felt like, wow, this is really the end of an era. For AJ, it was 10 years to the very event where he debuted in WWE. So there was that, where it was almost like, okay, if he was going to go out, you could think of worse times, I guess, for him to go out. There was the 10-year anniversary thing. But it does feel like the end of an era, in many ways. A lot of these guys, they're just, they're going away. They're going away almost all at once, it feels like. But AJ is just a one-of-a-kind performer. He truly is the kind of performer who, when you look back at this generation, like last 25 years, and who you feel are the top performers, especially in-ring performers in wrestling, AJ Styles is at or near the top of that list. Like, he is one of the best in the world and has been now for more than 2 decades. Like, there's a reason why you have legends in WWE who never had the chance to work with him. Or like in the example with The Undertaker, they had a cinematic match. But it's one of Undertaker's great regrets that they weren't able to have the match they were supposed to have at WrestleMania 36 before COVID shut everything down. And so it was just cinematic. He felt like AJ was that one guy on the roster who could give him that one last send-off match, kind of like the one he had with Shawn Michaels. And I don't know if Undertaker could have had that kind of match physically at that point, but if anybody was going to be able to give it to him, it would have been AJ Styles. Like, the fact that we never got AJ and Shawn Michaels, like, what a match that would have been. And AJ has said he tried. He wanted to. He tried to do it, and it just didn't work out. When you have legends like that who are like, man, I wish I could have worked with that guy. That's how you know, like, you're one of one. You know, you're not just like anybody else. And so that's the kind of, wrestler that AJ Styles is. And it's just, it's too bad we're not going to see him in WWE again, but that's the question. We're not going to see him in WWE again. Are we going to see him elsewhere? My gut tells me his contract was up. And maybe they tried to negotiate something and they couldn't come to an agreement, or his contract was coming up and he wants to have more of an actual retirement tour. Yeah, they called it a John Cena retirement tour last year, but this really could be a true retirement tour where he doesn't just wrestle in WWE, but for the remainder of the year, as long as he wants to go, it doesn't have to be the whole year. He could pop up anywhere he wants. If he's free and clear contractually, especially, he can show up wherever he wants. TNA would make a lot of sense because he was just there. He was just there teasing a match for the TNA World Championship. You know, he was staring at Frankie Kazarian. Mike Santana wins the belt back and then cuts a promo and says, AJ, you want it? You know where to find me. Leon Slater. Like, there are matches there that you can do with AJ Styles in the house. He talks about SmackDown. It's the house that AJ Styles built. TNA is the house that AJ Styles built. It would be very appropriate for him to go back there and have at least one more match. The idea of him going to AEW for a short run, I don't know how practical it is. I don't know if that's something AJ wants to do, but it's a hell of a lot more believable now than it would have been if you would have asked me this question 6 months ago. Because if AJ has it in his head, like, I want to have the retirement tour that I want to have. And frankly, let's not have a repeat of this John Cena retirement tour. You know what? There are certain guys in other locker rooms I would love the chance to go work with. So I'll work a TNA show, in a smaller venue and wrestle Mike Santana. I'll work with AEW on a short-term contract for a few months and maybe get a Wembley Stadium match against MJF or a match with Kenny Omega or a match, something like that. Why is that so unbelievable? I don't think it's that unbelievable. I can't get in AJ's head. I don't know where his head is at if he truly just can't do this anymore, like physically. Like, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm done. I want to do other things. I just physically cannot do it. The prep and the recovery when the match is over. I remember him slipping in that tag match on Saturday night's main event last night. And you could tell he was so angry. Like, he was trying not to show it, but he was very upset about that. And it's just little moments like that might burn it in his brain. Like, this is exactly what I'm trying to avoid. I can't run the risk of going out there and having more moments like that where I slip here and I mess this up, because that's not how I want people to remember me. It's very possible. Maybe we really have seen the last of him in the ring, but I'm watching him when the match is over and he teases putting the gloves down, but he doesn't. He puts them back on. And he didn't leave his boots in the ring. Remember Cena? He left his tennis shoes in the ring. Or Team 3D in the ladder match with the Hardys a few months ago, Bound for Glory, hand their boots over to the Hardys. There was nothing like that when this was over. The boots, the gloves, like he took them all with him. I kind of took that to mean I'm done here in WWE, but I'm not like done yet. There's still more to come before I hang up the boots for good. And maybe that's just me clinging to the hope. I don't know. I just think it would be really cool to see him go out there and work in other places. maybe even outside the US. And not like he would be doing a full schedule, because I don't think he wants to do that. But why not? Why not have another handful of matches in other places and write your own ending? This doesn't have to be an ending written by WWE. WWE would love to have him back after, in like a coaching position or something, or maybe even be some sort of, look, hey, NXT needs a new general manager. I'm just saying. Ava just left. There's any number of things he could be doing. But let him go out truly on his own terms. And so if by chance this is the end, what a fucking career. First ballot Hall of Famer. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot that can be said about the career of AJ Styles. But if this truly was it, what a great match to go out on. At least we're not going to look back and go, man, he had a shit match with Gunther. I wish he could have had a better match. Like, they're not going to get much better than what we got tonight. So this was easily the best thing on the show. Gunther now has the gimmick of the career killer. I think they even trademarked that name. I gotta be honest with you. Goldberg already announced that was going to be his last match. It just so happened that Gunther was chosen to be the opponent. John Cena already announced in advance that was going to be his last match. It just so happened that Gunther won a tournament and he ended up being the opponent. So when we talk about Gunther being the career killer, yes and no. In this situation, it makes more sense because this was not supposed to be AJ's final match, but Gunther beat him and made it his final match. This is the first time where you can honestly, truly say Gunther retired someone. I don't need to see him retire anybody else. He beat Goldberg in his last match. He beat Cena. He beat AJ. At some point, this is going to get very old. And, who's left? Brock Lesnar? I'd rather see Obafemi, frankly, be the one to beat Brock if Brock was going to have one last match. I don't think Brock's going anywhere anytime soon. As long as the money is good, and they got a big WrestleMania coming up in Saudi Arabia next year, I don't think Brock Lesnar's going anywhere. So then who? Who else? Jericho? Jericho's not even back yet. Is he going to retire Jericho? Is he going to retire Randy Orton? Randy Orton has talked about how he wants to keep wrestling until he's 50. He's not going anywhere. You're going to run out of people anyway. It just gets old after a while. So with Gunther, I think the key there is just making sure you're very selective in who you put him in the ring with in a big program, but make it so that when he finally does lose again, the person who beats him can truly benefit from it. And so it shouldn't be someone like an AJ Styles or a Randy Orton. It should be someone newer. It should be someone younger. It should be someone dominant. Maybe, and again, I'm just throwing Oba out there as an example, but someone like that. Make it someone who can really, truly benefit from being the person who finally beat this guy for the first time since all of this shit started. But I don't think he needs to just be the career killer where it just becomes, oh, okay, Gunther will be the guy who they wrestle in their last match. Because after a while, it's just fucking boring. But it looks like that's going to be his gimmick. So they're probably just going to keep doing it. We had Drew McIntyre. Hey, Mark Buckingham just subscribed. Welcome, Mark. And welcome everybody else. We got almost 3,000 people there. Thank you for hanging out with me. Get those super chats on in. I want to hear what you guys thought of the Royal Rumble. Did you love it? Did you hate it? What'd you think of the LED seats? Weren't those great? Yeah, no. Drew McIntyre defended the WWE Championship against Sami Zayn. McIntyre was in control until Sami dumped him from the ring. He followed with a flip dive out to the floor. And Zayn sold it, and it looked like a rough landing. Like he landed on his tailbone. So he was selling it like he hurt his lower back. McIntyre actually got up before he did. Back inside, Drew followed with a backbreaker. Oh, I knew that was coming. I knew it. I knew it was coming. Richie. Thank you, Richie. Thank you for the 25. Son of a bitch. So McIntyre followed with a backbreaker and a hard Irish whip into the corner. He set up for a superplex, and Sami countered into a sunset flip powerbomb for 2. Zayn, though, was in too much pain to hit the Blue Thunder Bomb. So McIntyre hit a neck breaker and then tried for a Claymore kick. Sami cut him off with a boot, hit the Blue Thunder Bomb, only got 2. Sami went to the top. McIntyre met him there, hit an avalanche white noise, only for a near fall. So we got 3. Count them, 3. 1, 2, 3. Straight Future Shock DDTs to Sami Zayn, and he kicked out. Well, at least he doesn't use it as his finish anymore, because if he did, he wouldn't be able to anymore. So the match continued. McIntyre hit consecutive running clotheslines in the corner. Sami tried to catch him off guard by running up behind him with a haluva kick. Drew saw it coming. He ducked it, hit a Claymore kick, but Zayn got his foot on the bottom rope at the very last second for the rope break. McIntyre argued with the referee, which is always a smart thing to do in the middle of a championship match. And then Zayn caught him off guard with a haluva kick. Didn't cover him straight away, though. He finally did, though. Just couldn't get the 3. McIntyre rolled to the floor. Sami followed. So McIntyre powerbombed him right through the announce table. And the officials went over to go check on Sami. McIntyre, though, rolled him into the ring to continue the attack. As well he should. Drew smacked him around, and Sami gave him an exploder in the corner. He went for a haluva kick. McIntyre, though, caught him instead with a Claymore. And he didn't go for a cover, though. Didn't go for a cover, not right away. Sami slowly got up to his knees, and McIntyre hit one last Claymore to retain the title. It's weird, again, to call this the come-down match here because it was for the WWE Championship, but that's what this was. There were people who were still reeling, I think, from the outcome of the AJ Styles match. And it was also a great match where the people were very loud. And so that just happens sometimes, where you have a match where the fans are really up, and then they have to have that come down before you get to the main event being the Men's Rumble. This was in that kind of weird spot, coupled with the fact that AJ Styles just got retired by Gunther, and people weren't very happy about that. And on top of that, it was a match that was devoid of any actual real heat, which was a little surprising because, again, Sami is very popular over there, and also there is a lot of history between these two. It's not the hottest feud in wrestling or anything like that, and the match was only really set up over the past week. I've talked extensively about how fucking awful the build to this Royal Rumble show was. I mean, on paper, the card actually looked pretty good, but they just didn't do a whole hell of a lot in the weeks leading up to the show to really get me excited for it, other than just me naturally wanting to see the Royal Rumble because it's my favorite event. So they didn't have a lot of prep time to really put into this to begin with. As a match, it was solid. It was good. It was unremarkable. It was a match that if you were to tell me that it was going to be the main event of any given week on SmackDown, like this could have been a big TV main event on SmackDown. There was nothing terribly great or captivating about anything they did here in this match. It was actually kind of like I was waiting for it to kick into that next gear, and it just never did. And then it just ended. So it was kind of disappointing in that regard, but bell to bell, the work was fine, but I don't really have a whole lot else to really say about it. When it was over, it didn't feel to me like there was this great thirst to see Sami Zayn as the WWE champion. Now, I think this bumps him down from 0-11 to now 0-12 against Drew. It feeds into their overall story. They're going to be back in Saudi Arabia for WrestleMania next year. Could very well be a place where they want to tell that story where Sami Zayn finally wins a world championship and it happens in Saudi. They're going to really have to, get people invested in that story enough to want to see it because I don't know. It was almost like a feeling of apathy here. It's kind of weird. Like Drew beat him and didn't get a whole lot of heat for it, maybe in the way that you thought he would. But he also didn't cheat. Maybe if he had done something nefarious and really cheated and did something like vile and evil, then maybe it would have gotten more heat. But, it was a match. It was a match on the show. And now we move onward. And it was the correct outcome, by the way, because honestly, heading into WrestleMania this year, I would rather see Drew McIntyre walk in as the champion than I would Sami Zayn. So I don't have an issue with the outcome. Are we up to 900 likes? Ricky said 900. Is that what we're up to? Oh, only 100 more, huh? Only 100 more. We'll hit quadruple digits. That was easy for me to say. Let's talk about the big main event here on this show, because they close with the 30-man over-the-top rope Royal Rumble match, the men's Royal Rumble match. Last night on SmackDown, if you were watching on the international feed, you were watching early like I was with my VPN, you saw a very funny flub when Axiom came out to the ring with Nathan Frazier for his match with Johnny Gargano. And instead of putting his nameplate on the screen, they put a graphic up for about 2 seconds before they pulled it. It was one of these lower thirds that we saw during the Rumble tonight, where they would put the name of the person, the entrant, and then their height and weight, where they're from. They put the nameplate up, the graphic up for Braun Breaker, entering number 1 in the Royal Rumble. And I said, oops, someone's getting in trouble. And I said, I wonder if they're going to pull that from the USA Network feed when it airs in the States. And I didn't watch the show, but I had people tell me that, yes, they edited that out of the show. Now, at that point, what do you do? What do you do? What's the easiest thing to do? You move them from number 1 to number 2. That's exactly what they did. They shot an angle on the pre-show where Adam Pearce is on set talking to like Big E and whoever was there with him. And in comes Paul Heyman, and he's very upset. And he wants to know why Braun Breaker is being forced to enter the Royal Rumble at number 2. So they switched it from 1 to 2. Now, there's no difference between 1 and 2. It is literally the same thing. You are both starting the Royal Rumble. The bell will ring. It is no different whatsoever. So that was the big change that they made here. So out first, the new number 1 here in the Royal Rumble was the ruler, Obafemi. Former NXT champion, did not lose his title. He left it quite literally laying in the middle of the ring, and he vacated it to move on to bigger and better things. So he comes out, and if there was ever a prospect out of NXT that was a sure thing on the main roster, it's this guy. And if it goes any other way, unless he gets himself in some sort of disciplinary trouble, that's about the only thing, that or injury, that could derail this man's career. If this man is not a world champion soon enough, if this man is not in the upper echelon of talents in the main event scene in this company inside of a year, then all of the people in charge of booking Obafemi should be relieved from duty and replaced with somebody else. Because if ever there was a sure thing, he's a sure thing. Every single box that you could possibly want to check on what you would be looking for in a professional wrestler, he checks that box. And you know they love the size, right? He just towers over everybody. But he can do it all. So he comes out. Everyone's doing, like, he does the dance on the way to the ring. Everyone in the crowd, they're doing the Oba dance, right? I'm going to start doing that when I walk into the store. I go food shopping and stuff. I'm going to walk into the supermarket like that, man. I love it. So he walks out to the ring first in number 1. Number 2 is Braun Breaker. So he makes his way down to the ring. He's walking down, taking his time. He's coming down the aisle with Paul Heyman. And all of a sudden, Breaker is jumped by someone in a black hoodie. Now, I don't know what the obsession that Triple H has with men in black hoodies. How many fucking times have we seen this? We saw this with Austin Theory. We saw this with Jacob Fatu. We've seen this other times as well. Becky Lynch, at one point, right? She was dressed up in a black hoodie and then revealed herself. So we have yet another mystery man in black, and they jump Braun Breaker. They're beating him up. And this person, whoever this person is, gives him a stomp. Gee, I wonder who they want you to think it is. And I thought he was going to pull the thing down, get a big pop. It was Seth Rollins, right? And Seth Rollins doesn't even have to be clear to wrestle for him to just deliver a stomp. He never revealed himself, probably because Seth Rollins did not make the trip to Saudi Arabia. Now, he may end up being revealed in the end as the masked man, but again, it would be a little too obvious, right? Just like when Austin Theory showed up and he stomped, who did he stomp in the War Games match to win it for the Vision? And then, we come to find out, it's not Seth Rollins, it's Austin Theory. You can always substitute whoever you want to in there once you do the big reveal. I mean, it would be kind of interesting, honestly, if we come to find out that it was actually a member of the Vision. Now, it wouldn't be Bronson Reed, obviously, because this person was very slender. So, like, if it was Theory or if it was Logan Paul. Logan Paul was very agreeable on TV the other night when it might have been on Friday night when he was like, the one member of the Vision who should win the Royal Rumble is Braun Breaker. I think we should all agree. He was a little too agreeable. So who knows? Maybe it ends up being Logan Paul and he ends up getting bounced out of the Vision. But it could just be also a placeholder for Seth Rollins when he's good and ready to come back. If they have a sense that maybe he'll be back sooner than later, that could be the WrestleMania match. You know, it could be Seth Rollins against Braun Breaker. But we did not get a reveal because the officials came over and whoever the mystery man was, he jetted off into the crowd. But Braun Breaker ends up being put in the ring, and Braun Breaker gets eliminated promptly by Obafemi. That was all Braun Breaker did. He did nothing in the Royal Rumble. He did not have one offensive maneuver in the Royal Rumble. He got jumped and he got dumped, and that was it. And that is a choice. Now, obviously, this is going to play into a story that will play itself out on TV, possibly with Adam Pearce involved. So maybe we'll look back at this in a few weeks and be like, okay, you know what? It was worth it. It made sense. But I'm watching this and I'm going, that's certainly a fucking decision. That's certainly one way to bounce Braun Breaker out of the Royal Rumble. It was shocking. I'll give them that. I don't know if it was good, but it was certainly surprising. So he was one of the favorites. And just like that, boom, gone. Solo Sikoa. He was out next at number 3. Speaking of people that will not be winning the Royal Rumble. No lantern to guide him to the ring. Oba ran right through him with a shoulder tackle. And now I'm sitting here and I'm pulling for number 4. I'm pulling for number 4 because, again, I have number 4 in our Facebook pool. Nia Jax was number 4 in the Women's Rumble. I wasn't winning shit with that. So my only hope was number 4. And number 4 was Rey Mysterio. And I said, fuck. I guess there's always next year. And then it hit me as he was coming down to the ring and I see him flying all over the ring. And I wasn't even sure if Rey was going to be in the Rumble because, remember, he got injured or he got hurt. Obviously not seriously. But on Monday, something happened there and there was some question as to whether or not he would even be in the Rumble. But he's flying around in there. I'm like, it's 20 years since he won the Royal Rumble. He won the Rumble in 2006. It's 2026. And Rey Mysterio is still out there in the Royal Rumble flying around. 50 years old. It's pretty amazing. There was a period of time in the early 2010s where it was like glass knees. And I said, this guy's not going to last another 6 months. He's got to hang it up. It's just one knee injury after another knee injury. And then he got the stem cells and he started, I don't know what else he's doing to keep himself in shape. Whatever he's doing, he has added years onto his career. I don't know how much longer he plans on going, but I don't know. It's pretty crazy. Just it hit me like 20 years since he won the Royal Rumble. And there he is. He's still in there flying around. So Rusev was out at number 5. Oh boy. Rusev comes out. He immediately eats a 619. And then he got dumped out by Obafemi. And I just wrote in my notes, LOL Rusev. He is one of those people. And you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to put Aleister Black on that same list. Aleister Black, I will have you know, Aleister Black was flown all the way out to Saudi Arabia. He made the trip. He was going to be in the Royal Rumble, and they pulled him. They pulled him, allegedly, because they decided that they were going to bring him back to TV in a different way. So we're not going to use you. So they flew him all the way over there. Wasn't even in the Rumble. And if you look at the entirety of his run so far since he came back to WWE, I don't honestly believe, even though he's had more singles matches, and I can never figure out why Tony Khan just almost refused to use him in singles matches, but for a handful. But I can't honestly sit here and tell you that his run in AEW was any worse than the run he's had since he came back to WWE. He actually had a better run in AEW. He did. He actually got a couple of big wins over Cody Rhodes. He was a trios champion. He did more in AEW than he has so far since he came back to WWE. And then I look at Rusev. And I don't know what the fuck happened there. That's just a bizarre situation where you got Rusev talking about how all I want to do is work. I want to wrestle. I want to work. I don't want to sit at home. He was in that company for like 3 or 4 years. Barely wrestled. You would think if he wanted to wrestle that badly, I'm sure Tony would have loved to have put him on TV. To this day, I have no idea if it was just just creative differences. I don't know what the issue was there. But it became like a punchline. Like, man, this guy's run sucks. Look at the run he's had in this company. It's awful. He'll go back to WWE. We'll get Rusev Day and all this other stuff. He went back to WWE. Can you honestly tell me that the run that he has had since he came back is any better than what they had him doing early on in his run in AEW? When he was like TNT champion, he was actually doing stuff. Give me a fucking break. He's an even bigger loser now, and a bigger fucking geek now on WWE television than he ever was in AEW. So that's 2 examples right there of guys who made the jump back, who are actually no better off so far for going back, and would have been better off staying where they were working in AEW. And I never thought I would even hear myself say those words. But you cannot honestly tell me they are better off right now than they were before. And it really hit me watching him here. What a fucking geek he looked like walking out there and getting dumped out like some Saturday morning jobber. Give me a fucking break. So then Solo Sikoa got eliminated by Obafemi, and that was his 3rd elimination so far. Mysterio hit Oba with a 619. All that did was piss the big guy off. And that led to him eliminating Rey. So Oba was all alone in the ring when number 6 entered. And number 6 was Matt Cardona. Poor bastard. Poor guy. You talk about the luck of the draw. So he makes his way down to the ring. Oba just mows him down instantly. Cardona manages a missile drop kick off the middle rope. Oba dropped him with a fall from grace. And goodbye, Matt Cardona. See you later. Number 7 was Damian Priest. Oba's gonna kill you. These are the chants that rang out when Priest came down to the ring. See, dude's already over. First night in, he's already over. So we got a cyclone kick by Priest and then another one, and he takes down Oba with a clothesline. Number 8 is the bouncy boy, Javon Evans, who has a history in NXT with Obafemi. He went for the OG cutter. Oba, though, stuffed the attempt. He did take him down, though, with a springboard kick. Number 9 was Mr. Iguana. Mr. Iguana from AAA to absolutely no reaction whatsoever. These people did not either know what to make of him or did not care about him. Maybe a little bit of both. I don't know. But he got no I guess they don't watch Lucha Libre in Riyadh, evidently. He tried to attack Priest with La Yesca, his stuffed iguana. Priest, though, gave him and the iguana a double chokeslam. I want you people to remember something, okay? I want you to remember when you're watching stuff like that, and it's a lighthearted comedy moment. Nothing against Mr. Iguana. I'm sure he's a fine man. But him and La Parka, who was another one from AAA who came in, like, these people got spots in the Royal Rumble. Finn Balor could not. I want you to remember that. So number 10 was Trick Williams, who eliminated Mr. Iguana. Then we got a 3-way face-off between Trick Williams, Obafemi, and Javon Evans, and the fans rang out with chants of NXT. Number 11 was the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, entering early this year, looking for his 3rd Royal Rumble win in 4 years, doing what only one other man in history has ever done, winning his 3rd Rumble. And I said that would be a huge mistake, especially if you listen to the crowd on SmackDown last night when Cody came out and talked about winning a 3rd Rumble, and he got booed. Every time he even teased the possibility of winning the Royal Rumble again, he got booed. So yeah, that would have been a pretty fucking terrible decision on their part if they would have had Cody win another Royal Rumble. Win an Elimination Chamber, that's fine. Winning another Royal Rumble would have been awful. But they kept singing his song, even after the song stopped. Cody Cutter takes down Damian Priest. And so it was back to Cody and Oba after their recent match on Saturday night's main event. So they were about to go at it here when number 12 came out, and it was El Grande Americano. He slipped the metal plate under his mask. He started taking guys out with headbutts. And then at number 13, we had El Grande Americano. The OG, the original El Grande Americano. Yes, Chad Gable is back, and he's got a beard. You could see it coming through the mask. And he's jacked as fuck. This guy has been training his ass off. I mean, I don't know what it is with some of these guys when they come back, when they've had like a long layoff from injuries, Randy Orton, AJ Styles. This guy comes back. He's as cut up as I've ever seen him before. But Chad Gable is finally back from the torn rotator cuff, gets into the ring, and we got a high-angle German suplex by the original El Grande. So Americano Gable eliminated Americano Kaiser. They went at it a little bit, and he eliminated Kaiser. But then Americano Gable got knocked off the apron head first, right into Americano Kaiser. So both men were gone. Cody Rhodes then eliminated Trick Williams pretty nonchalantly. This is one of many examples of eliminations in this Rumble that just sort of happened and should have been a bigger deal, and it just was like nothing. It's like, oh, all right, let's just throw this guy out. So he eliminates Trick Williams. And then at number 14, I'm looking at the screens, and I didn't mention this. I do have to say the stage was very nice. It was a very elaborate WrestleMania-esque stage. So they had like these giant screens, and yeah, the names would come up. And I'm watching this, and it says Powerhouse Hobbs. Now, we had heard that he was getting a new name. He was going to get the name Royce Keys. Royce is the name of his young son. I don't know where the Keys come from. Maybe Alicia. I don't know. But it says Powerhouse Hobbs. And I don't know if I wouldn't say it got a huge reaction, because I'm sure there were a lot of people who don't know who he is, or didn't know the significance of that. But I'm like, oh shit, maybe they swerved us and he's actually coming in with the name. But then it switched to Royce Keys. So I don't really know what the point of that was. But they kind of teased you there for a second that he was coming in as Powerhouse Hobbs. And then they kind of swept the rug out from under you and went, psych, not happening. And we'll get used to the name. It's not a big deal, but it's not as good as Powerhouse Hobbs. But there he was. It's Powerhouse Hobbs. It's the worst kept secret of wrestling that he signed with WWE. And so Keys is his mother's maiden name. Is that true? I see. That's the one thing I didn't know where that part of it was from. All right, so there you go. Royce lost his keys. Don't you hate it when that happens? All right, so there you go. The family significance of the new name. So he comes out to the ring, and they immediately erase his AEW past by switching the name. First man that he gets into the ring with, and I kind of laughed at this. And I think I even made a comment when I was talking about Hobbs a couple weeks ago and the possibility of him coming to WWE and how different things might be. In AEW, there aren't a lot of like really physically big guys, right? They have a handful, and they generally don't really know what to do with them. Like Big Bill is an example of someone who they should absolutely be doing more with, and he's just wasting away. Hobbs at least was getting a better push than Big Bill was. Hobbs, relative to a lot of other people on the roster, he looked like a big guy, right? And I'm not saying he isn't. In WWE, though, you have more of those big guys. Like Gunther is like a deceptively large man. Drew McIntyre is a large man. Like there's a lot of like bigger, physically bigger guys on that roster. And would Hobbs look as menacing standing next to one of them? First person that he gets in the ring with and goes face to face with is Damian Priest. And I'm looking at the two of them like, side by side on screen. And Priest is like, I'm sorry, but Priest is like almost dwarfing him. He's probably not that much bigger than him, but like, I'm like, why would you do that? But they're face to face, and Hobbs hoists him up onto his shoulder. He gives him a power slam, and then he clothesline Priest out over the top rope for the elimination. So at least they had him eliminate a former world heavyweight champion here on the show. So then he hit a wicked spine buster to Javon Evans. Probably would have made more sense for them to go maybe face to face. Although Javon's another one, actually. Javon is also pretty tall. So then Cody spins him around. And Michael Cole said, Cody has had some run-ins with this man in the past. And I was racking my brain trying to remember, was there like a Cody Rhodes Powerhouse Hobbs match? Did they ever wrestle on Dynamite? I don't remember. RDH says Hobbs is like 6 foot. See, that's what I mean. Like, I wouldn't want to be face to face with him. And I see the thing about Hobbs, like his facial expressions and stuff, like he just looks like a badass. But again, you got to be careful with who you put him in the ring with because they have these other guys that are going to make him look small. And that's part of his appeal, you know? I don't think that's the way you want him to come off. So just in terms of his presentation, just be mindful of stuff like that. Number 15 was Austin Theory. I don't want to get your hopes up there. Austin Theory was number 15. And nothing of note to say that he did before number 16 came out, which was the other member of the Vision. I think the final member, not the final member. We had one more, but Bronson Reed came in number 16. He hit the ring. The first thing he did was climb to the top and pancake Javon Evans with a tsunami splash. Number 17 was Ilya Dragunov, who was actually part of one of the moments here in this Royal Rumble that pissed me the fuck off. And I'll get to that in a little bit, but he was in at number 17. Number 18 was La Parka from AAA with his Thriller knockoff theme. And again, to absolutely no reaction, just like Mr. Iguana. Number 19 was Dragon Lee. Number 20 was the final entrant for the Vision. That was Logan Paul, making the Vision whole, all but Braun Breaker, I guess. So Logan got taken down right away by Royce with a World's Strongest Slam, but Bronson Reed took Hobbs out over the top with a clothesline, and so goodbye, Powerhouse Hobbs. Powerhouse Hobbs was eliminated from the Royal Rumble. Now it'll be interesting to see which brand he ends up on. The belief is that Oba is going to end up on Raw. If Oba's going to Raw, I think Hobbs goes to SmackDown. And I think SmackDown, frankly, would be the better place for him. And SmackDown definitely needs more heels. But I like the idea, though, of him ending up as a heater for Trick Williams. I think that would be a good role for him, too. He was going to be more like like a paid enforcer who occasionally wrestles and then eventually, you do the split and everything. Either way, I think SmackDown would be the best place for him. So La Parka got dumped, and then Dragon Lee got dumped, and then out at number 21 with the Vision showing dominance in the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, he's back. L.A. Knight. Yeah. The last time we saw L.A. Knight, he was being squashed on top of a car by Bronson Reed. He got taken out by the Vision. So it's only appropriate here that he hits the ring, goes right after the Vision. Knight sends Theory out to the floor. He tries to clothesline Bronson Reed out over the top. Can't do it. Nothing doing. So he hits a BFT. And then he clotheslines Reed out over the top rope. And he's gone officially from the Royal Rumble. This got the biggest reaction yet of anything in the Royal Rumble. And I watch this and I just go, push this fucking man. Because despite all of the start and stops and everything, all the bullshit they've done with him, somehow, but by the grace of the wrestling gods, this man is still over. And they will continue to do absolutely nothing with him. He'll be wrestling Chris Jericho at WrestleMania this year and losing. Come up with something for this man where at least he can win some matches and not just lose all the time. So Logan Paul is the only member of the Vision that is left. Or is he? Because out at number 22, being escorted down to the ring by Paul Heyman, Brock Lesnar. His first Royal Rumble in, God, what was the last Rumble he was in? He was definitely in the one in 2022. Was he in the 2023 Rumble? I think he was. because 2023 was the last year before he went away. So I'm guessing he was probably in there in 23. So this was his first Rumble in at least 3 years. So he marches down to the ring. Cody Rhodes is in the ring making a mean face, and he's waiting for Brock. So immediately, Cody got suplexed. LA Knight then got suplexed. He took a German. Javon Evans goes flying. I'm surprised he didn't go flying out of the ring. Ilya Dragunov gets clotheslined down. Javon then gets picked up for an F5. And then we got the showdown that we were waiting for. Now, one of my predictions coming into the Royal Rumble was that Obafemi was going to eliminate Brock Lesnar as the kickoff to a match, a program between them heading into WrestleMania 42. So I was waiting for this. So we got Brock. He locks eyes with Oba. Oba locks eyes with Brock. We're about to get it here. The fans are going nuts. But the countdown clock goes off. It interrupts this great stare down that we have here. I'm thinking, boy, there must be a big name coming out here. Maybe Roman Reigns is coming out at number 23. And then we hear, I came to play. I came to play. It's The Miz. The Miz comes mizzing all the way down to the ring. He goes to slide in. He looks up and he says, oh, shit. And he immediately slides right back out. But before Lesnar and Oba could clash, they both get jumped. So in the corner, we have Ilya Dragunov, the former United States champion, the man who has been having kick-ass matches on SmackDown and has gotten himself over through those kick-ass matches. Right? His matches actually get a reaction, and one of the most intense professional wrestlers that you will ever see. Bleeds in every match. Not like buckets of blood. He's not like Jon Moxley. But he's just so intense. He's always getting, his fucking forehead is bleeding. His nose is bleeding. Probably rolls over in bed and there's fucking puddle of blood there. I love the guy. He's fucking great. I was actually kind of hoping we would get some sort of confrontation here with him and Gunther in the Rumble, but we didn't get it. But he's in the corner with Brock Lesnar. And I'm like, wow, this is a pretty good confrontation here. This should be good. He is chopping the shit out of Lesnar in the corner. And Brock is no-selling all of it. He is doing what Goldberg did to Gunther in their match on Saturday night's main event, where Gunther was chopping him, and Goldberg just stood there and like laughed, literally laughed, smiled at him, laughed at him, no-sold it. Brock stands there. He no-sells everything that Dragunov does to him. And like he's mocking him. He looks at him. He's laughing. He's sticking his tongue out like, he's sticking his tongue like, WAZZZAP. Like, what the fuck? And then, as casual as can be, he takes Dragunov, right? And he dumps him out of the ring. Just throws him out of the ring. Like a little jobber. Goodbye. Get out of my hair. You're annoying me. And I'm watching this and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, of all the people to do that with, why the fuck would you do that with Ilya Dragunov? Pissed me the fuck off watching that. Like, even like Lesnar eliminating him isn't even the issue. Like, okay, fine, he's the bigger star and whatever. Like, Dragunov wasn't winning the Royal Rumble. But to no-sell all of his shit and then mock him and throw him out, like, who the fuck booked that? Like, who came up with that idea? It's just stupid. German suplex to LA Knight. So we're back to Lesnar and Oba. But it's time for another entry. It's time for number 24. Rey Fenix. This should be good. So Brock hits a German suplex to Oba, sends him flying. Fenix gets into the ring, and poor Rey Fenix, he eats an F5. And then Rey Fenix is dumped out to the floor. This one didn't surprise me as much as the Dragunov spot did, but I could say the same thing for Rey Fenix. Like, boy, you know, you could kind of tell based on the way that they have been booking Rey Fenix that they don't truly value him. You know, like, he's a luchador who goes in there and does very impressive stuff, and he can fly around, and he's very dynamic. But he is not someone that they're ever going to seriously push. Not unless or until they get him and his brother together and they push him in the tag team division. which is for Rey Fenix's sake exactly what they should be doing with him. Penta doesn't really need Phoenix. Phoenix, absolutely. I mean, he needs to be praying that they put him together with his brother as soon as possible, because you could just tell from the way he was utilized here in this Rumble what they think of him and how low on the totem pole he is. He's dead. He's dead without that tag team. Without some tag team. He actually had a pretty good team there with Andrade. And then Andrade left. But yeah, his future is directly tied into how quickly they can get him and Penta together. Does not look good for him. So Oba charges in with a clothesline. Brock, though, ducks it. And Oba then knocks him down. Oba tries to, or he turns to eliminate Logan Paul, and Lesnar dumps out Oba Femi. So they did the reverse of what I was hoping they would do. And instead of having Oba eliminate Brock, which would have gotten this big reaction, it would have been a big statement elimination, they had Lesnar eliminate him instead. Now, if they still work towards an Oba Femi Brock Lesnar match at WrestleMania, then maybe I look back and I'm like, all right, it was worth it because at least it got them kind of started in that direction. So I'll reserve judgment on that, but I was not happy about that. I was not happy about having Brock be the one to eliminate Oba. But overall, if you look at Oba's run here in the Rumble match, he had a pretty good run. I can't really complain. I mean, he got a bunch of eliminations. He was in there from the number one spot. So he looked pretty good. Again, it was a little odd having him be the one to be eliminated by Brock and not the other way around. So then, after this, it was time for number 25. Oh, man. It was Jey Uso, the winner of last year's Royal Rumble match. And Jey Uso is entering through the crowd, as he always does. And he stops and he starts yeeting with the fans. And I don't know, they were showing the people in the section that he was in. And I wouldn't say that they were all just yeeting with him. I think they were waiting for him to get to the ring, frankly. But, you know, the yeeting thing is a big fun thing that the live fans do when they're there in the crowd. But we're in the middle of a Royal Rumble here. And this man is coming through the crowd and he's yeeting. So Cody Rhodes and LA Knight in the ring as this is going on. Cody Rhodes and LA Knight, they clothesline Brock Lesnar out of the ring. And Brock Lesnar is eliminated. In the middle of Jey Uso, his music is still playing. And Jey Uso is still yeeting and still making his entrance to come into this match. And in the middle of all of this is when Brock Lesnar is eliminated. What the fuck? This is what I'm talking about. Like, there were certain spots and eliminations in this match that had me scratching my head. Like, who booked this? Who laid this out? In the middle of Jey Uso's entrance, where all the focus was on him, this was almost like an afterthought. The camera quickly cut so we at least could see the elimination. So his music is still playing. So finally, Jay's music ends. But then, of course, he decided we got to run it back. We got to run it back here in the middle of the Royal Rumble. So they play his music again. The next entrant, this has taken so long now that the next entrant, the countdown is already in progress to the next entrant coming into the match here. And the next entrant is already on their way out. It's number 26. It is Roman Reigns. The tribal chief has reemerged for the first time since War Games. So Roman Reigns makes his way down to the ring just so we can get Roman and Jay. That's why this was all designed this way. So Roman gets into the ring and we got a face-to-face with him and his cousin. And Roman is looking at him and Roman goes, run it back. You're going to run it back again, huh? So they play the music for a third fucking time. And then thankfully, Roman puts an end to this with a thrust to Jey Uso. And they kill the music once and for all. So chokeslam from Roman to Javon Evans. Superman punch to Mike the Miz. And then one for Logan Paul. Spear to the Miz. So adios, Mike. He gets dumped out. Roman and Cody now are about to face off. But we got number 27 now, who is on their way out to the ring, and it is Jacob Fatu. And Cody went for a suicide dive. Fatu, though, cut him off with a thrust. Fatu popped Javon Evans as high up into the air as you will ever see. on a pop-up Samoan drop or a pop-up power bomb or a pop-up anything. Pop-up video, fucking VH1. You remember what I'm talking about. So he pops him up high into the air and he catches him and he pauses with him. And then he goes over for the Samoan drop. It's the best Samoan drop I've ever seen. So down goes Javon. It was beautiful. So Fatu teases a face-off with Roman. Cody, though, knocks him down. Roman and Jay, they work together for a 1D on Cody Rhodes. And then it was time for number 28, which was Penta. Of course, his brother was already gone. I thought maybe we get some kind of spot between them in this match. I guess that's too much to ask for. So Penta comes out at 28. He was the Iron Man last year at 42 minutes. LA Knight drops Roman with a BFT. Ends up on the apron, though, and Cody knocks him off with a disaster kick. LA Knight is eliminated. Cody gets booed. Not like a ton of boos, but he got booed. Some fans did not like that. So number 29 was out next, and now I'm thinking to myself, all right, who's left? I couldn't remember, who was left here, and I'm like, I don't know. Are they going to save Jericho for number 30? Is there some big surprise coming that I'm not thinking of? So number 29 was Randy Orton. I'm like, of course. How could I forget? Randy Orton. So snap power slam to Jay. One for Penta. Then a double draping DDT for Jay and Penta. RKO to Logan Paul. Penta goes for a springboard right into an RKO. And the final entry into the Royal Rumble. And I truly just blanked. I'm like, unless it's some kind of big surprise name. Like, I didn't even think of, like, Joe Hendry. I thought we'd see, like, Joe Hendry in there. Like, he wasn't in there. I'm like, I don't know. Let's find out. And number 30 comes out, and it's Gunther. So I wasn't even sure if Gunther was in the Royal. I didn't think he was in the Royal Rumble. I could have sworn I heard CM Punk on the pre-show say that he wasn't in the Rumble. So, honestly, that was kind of disappointing because I knew he wasn't winning. Now, if by chance he had lost to AJ Styles, I would say, well, okay, well, then he's got a pretty good chance of winning. But I already knew, like 100%, he's not winning this match. So you've just, you haven't exactly added to the element of surprise here. So Gunther comes down and he's limping too, because he's selling the effects of the calf crusher that AJ Styles put on him earlier on in their match. So Orton went for an RKO on Javon Evans, but he countered out into a kick to Orton's face. Over 40 minutes at this point for Javon Evans in the Rumble. So we had 9 men left in this match. Javon went for an OG cutter. He comes flying off the top rope right into an RKO from Randy Orton on the way down. When are these guys going to learn not to jump at Randy Orton? You would think that they would already know this by now. Do not jump at Randy Orton. It's not going to end well for you. That's a lesson for young Javon Evans. I know he's only 21. He's got a lot left to learn. He learned a very valuable lesson here in the Royal Rumble. So Penta got dumped by Gunther, who then gets dropped with an RKO. So now we have 7 men left. Cody Rhodes holds Gunther for Randy Orton to lay in some kicks. And then Randy is holding Gunther, and Cody is going to go for a Cody cutter. Cody springs off the ropes. Gunther, though, moves out of the way. And Cody inadvertently drops Randy with a cutter instead. So Cody got tossed over the top rope. He's skinning the cat, right? He's not done yet. When all of a sudden, from out of nowhere, Drew McIntyre comes flying in with a Claymore kick to the side of Cody's head as he's hanging by the ropes. And Cody lets go, and he falls to the floor. And Cody Rhodes is eliminated from the Royal Rumble. Yes. Yes, good. Good. It would have been fucking terrible for him to win this match. Very good. At least they made one good decision here in this match. Let him win the chamber, if anything. He does not need to be winning his 3rd Royal Rumble. So McIntyre leaves at that point, guaranteeing us that this feud is going to continue. But Cody Rhodes is officially gone from the match. So Fatu now is glaring at McIntyre. And Roman then tosses a distracted Jacob Fatu over the top rope and eliminates him. Jey Uso then snuck up behind Roman and tried to dump him out of the ring. Roman stopped it. Jey ducked a clothesline. He ended up spearing Roman. He tried to throw Roman out. Roman, though, quickly reversed it, and he throws Jey Uso out of the ring, and the Yeet Man is gone. The Yeet Man cometh, the Yeet Man leaveth. Goodbye. I'm surprised that he didn't run it back again for his exit. So he's gone. So now we're down to the final four. Roman Reigns, Gunther, Randy Orton, and Logan Paul. And this is not my favorite final four that we've ever had. I think the Royal Rumble is at its best when you have multiple people, like the final 3, 4, 5, who all could conceivably win the Rumble. And at this point, you already know it's either Randy Orton or Roman Reigns. And to be perfectly honest with you, neither of those options are terribly exciting. Now, it would be maybe more so if Cody was still the champion, because then you get Cody and Randy, and that's a match they still haven't done for the title, right? We had the one King of the Ring final, and that was it. But it's still Roman Reigns and Randy Orton. Like, I can't help but just think to myself, why are we going back to this well? Why are we going back to this? And they're the only two possibilities that are left at this point. Logan Paul's not winning shit. Gunther is not winning the Royal Rumble. So in terms of like past Rumble finishes, when we get down to the nitty gritty and that final batch of like 3, 4, 5 guys, not a fan of what they did here with this. They made it a little too predictable. Logan went for the buckshot. He majorly fucked it up. He stumbled when he's gonna, I'm telling you, he's gonna blow a knee out, or he's gonna do something to himself one of these days. He's very unstable on his feet when he does the springboard, the vault into the ring. But he goes over for the buckshot, and kind of stumbles and nearly, I don't know, he nearly wiped himself out. But Roman ends up dumping him out of the ring. So Gunther throws Orton, who takes a very slow, it's kind of like the way he wrestles his matches, a very methodical bump out to the floor. It's almost like he just sort of accepted his fate and just went with it. And so he falls to the floor. And now we're left with Roman Reigns. And now the Rumble's over. If it came down to Roman Reigns and Randy Orton, it's like, okay, this is 50-50. This could go either way. Once Orton was eliminated, the Rumble was over. We already knew who was winning. So it's Roman Reigns and it's Gunther. And Reigns backdropped him, only out to the apron though. Gunther gets the sleeper hold applied. Roman shakes him off, but he gets caught in the sleeper again. Roman gets out of it. He spears him down, and then he tosses Gunther out of the ring. Just like that. It's over. I mean, we already knew it was over, but now it's officially over. And Roman Reigns has won his second Royal Rumble. So they shoot off pyro on the stage as he's celebrating in the ring. This, I have to tell you, in all the years that I have watched these WWE pay-per-views, PLEs, whatever you want to call them, the only time I've ever really seen pyro like this is at a WrestleMania. And I can't even remember a WrestleMania where this pyro display or pyro celebration went off for this long. Like, you would think Roman Reigns just won the main event of WrestleMania. They are shooting pyro off, like, outside the stadium. Like, they have drones that are creating the WrestleMania 42 logo. And there's like a WWE title belt logo that they're creating in the sky. And pyro is shooting off around the city. And the drones did the whole then, now, forever slogan with just a comically absurd amount of pyro that was being shot off. And they showed the Riyadh season logo, and they played the Aerosmith song, which they're using for WrestleMania this year, in the background. But this just went on and 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 on. It was a very awkward kind of ending to the show. And then it just sort of went right into the post show. So that was a little strange. I've never seen a Royal Rumble celebration, post-match celebration quite like that before. Where do we begin with this? This was a very mediocre Royal Rumble. I really did not like this Royal Rumble. First of all, there's going to be some people who were upset that Jericho wasn't there. A lot of people were expecting him to be the big surprise, and he would have been. If he would have returned, that would have been the big surprise on the show. I am not going to sit here and tell you that Jericho being there or not being there is going to affect my enjoyment of the show one way or the other. He will be in at some point. Whenever that is, it will be. Like, that's it. I was not living and dying by whether or not we saw the return of Chris Jericho on the show, although it would have been a big surprise in that number 30 spot, for example, as opposed to just sending Gunther back out there. The surprises were LA Knight, Royce Keys, Mr. Iguana, and La Parka from AAA. Those were the big surprises in the Royal Rumble. So, not a ton of them this year. Nobody in the crowd knew or cared about any of the AAA guys. And again, it's just weird that they were able to get spots in the Royal Rumble when there were other names. I know he's not a major name, but he's kind of gone viral recently, and the fans are starting to get behind him and the music and everything. Like, unless there was a reason, like, health-wise why he couldn't be there, or he didn't have his passport or something. Like, I have no idea why Kit Wilson was not there. How do you not have Kit Wilson come out and get an entrance in this Royal Rumble? But you have fucking La Parka out there with that Michael Jackson knockoff. Who made that call? There were just some weird, bizarre decisions and spots and things here in this Rumble. Again, guys like Rusev and Rey Fenix, they were dumped instantly and treated like total geeks. You had Ilya Dragunov, who was having his offense completely just no-sold and basically mocked by the bigger star. You know, like, you got a lot to learn, boy. And then out he goes. I didn't like that. And there were just eliminations in this match that I felt like should have meant more than they did. I just cannot get over how Lesnar was eliminated in the middle of a Jey Uso Yeet Fest, where it was almost like a complete afterthought. Like, his elimination could have meant something, whether it was Oba or somebody else, and it was completely wasted. Totally wasted. A Brock Lesnar elimination in this match. If he's going to be in there, at least use it for some good. At least use it for something. And they completely fucked that up. But I will tell you, like, that entire sequence, really from the moment that Oba got dumped out, right on through the Jey Uso Forever entrance, everything that happened during that entire sequence, like, I will tell you, that is one of the worst stretches that I have ever seen in a Royal Rumble match. Ever. In all the Royal Rumble matches this company has ever done. It was absolute trash. But it had a few fun moments in the Rumble overall. A few fun moments, you know, in an hour plus does not make this a good Royal Rumble. It was not a good Royal Rumble. I actually think it was pretty bad. As Royal Rumble matches go, the women definitely get the thumbs up from me this year over the men's Rumble. And now we wait to see what they do with Roman Reigns as far as which champion he will choose, who will be the champion of that brand going into WrestleMania. If it's a choice between Roman and Punk or Roman and Drew, I would rather see Roman and Punk. But I do not want to see Roman Reigns winning any championships. Roman Reigns is part-time, and if you believe that Roman Reigns has earned that, then that's fine. He does not have to win a championship. We do not need to have titles that are held hostage by people who are not going to be around week to week. And this is something that WWE has done time and time again with certain people. And look, if it's in their contracts or whatever, I'm not even blaming the talent for that. But what I'm saying is, if you are Triple H, if you are the company, right, and you have weekly television to book, you have to have the champions present on the shows. We cannot have this, and this is one of the things I like about CM Punk's run as the World Heavyweight Champion. I will say, I was not a fan of that match he had with AJ Styles the other night, like some people were. I actually thought it was very underwhelming, but he had a really good match, I thought, with Finn Balor. He had a really good match with Braun Breaker. And whatever you think of the AJ match, he's a fighting champion. He's actually present every week on the shows. He'll miss a week here and there, and he's actually defending his title on the show, which helps elevate the show when you have the champion who is ever present and actually defends the belt there every now and then. So I like that. And I think we need more champions like that. We've already been through a period of time with Brock Lesnar for many years where they would put a belt on Brock because Vince McMahon had a fucking hard-on for Brock Lesnar, maybe literally. And so Brock would win a championship and he would disappear for 3 months at a time. And they would send Paul Heyman out there to be his advocates, right? And really build him up. And then eventually when Brock was good and ready to come back off the farm, or wherever the fuck he dwells, he would come back and defend the belt. And Brock was a big attraction, but Brock did not need to be the champion. When Roman Reigns won the championship, like in the earlier days of the Bloodline, we got more of him on TV. And as time went on, and then after he lost the belt, it's been very spotty. You know, was it last year, the year before last year? I think he made a total of maybe, how many matches did he have? 6 matches, I think, the entire year. And again, if that's in his contract, great. Good for him, right? He's had health issues in the past. He's got like 50 or 60 kids, whatever it is. Great. I get it, right? You want to balance work and life. That doesn't mean he needs to be the champion or even necessarily fighting for a championship. So hopefully this will not end with him becoming the world heavyweight champion or becoming the WWE champion. That's the one thing I do not want to see. I am done with it. I am tired of it. I am tired of seeing these part-time acts as they become part-time that are put in these positions because they're a big name, right? Oh, they're a big star. So we have to put a belt on them. And then we don't see them for 2 months, for 3 months. Because it kills the shows. When the champion isn't around, it kills the fucking show dead. And that's one of my biggest gripes when we are now faced with a WrestleMania picture where you have somebody like that who is going to be challenging for a championship. We can't have that again. We can't. I get Roman's a big name. We cannot have that again. Those are my thoughts on the Royal Rumble. Take them as you will. Let's take a look at the Twitter poll. What did you think of Saudi Rumble 2026? 23% thumbs up. That is not good. That is a terrible score. 34% thumbs in the middle and 42.6% thumbs down, with almost 4,000 votes in and counting. That is not a good score for the Royal Rumble. The winner declared by graphic. Yeah, well, I mentioned that before too. I did mention that before. Roman Reigns declared... Oh boy.
I'm the learning tree. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome. Roman Reigns declared via graph. Yeah, I mean, that's just... It goes to the point I just made. We don't need more of that shit. I'm sorry.
I am the learning tree. Thanks, guys.
You know, he hasn't even returned yet to WWE, and I'm already sick of seeing him. Go away, Jericho. Go away. Be gone. What did you guys think of this show? Let's find out. Thank you very much, by the way, to the nearly 3,100 that we had in here. And Marcus Zimmerman, welcome to the channel. Enjoy your stay. And we hit the goal, too. 10 out of 10. We get 2 Be the Bookers now instead of 1. How awesome if Jericho comes out Monday and just says, I am the learning tree. Thanks, guys. And walks to the and walks to the back. I'm not going to lie. I would probably laugh my ass off if that happened. I would laugh if that happened. Joseph Stewart. We'll start with you. Hey, Brody. What's going on, Brody? Thank you for all the love, Joseph. I did not know that. Yeah, it's funny. That question about the Royal Rumble I've gotten a few times this week. As far as like names that I feel should have won the Rumble throughout the years. It's kind of surprising, honestly, that people like Jericho and Kurt Angle never won a Royal Rumble. I feel like Kurt Angle for sure should have won a Royal Rumble at some point. Daniel Bryan should have won, at least in 2014. I mean, that's just a gimme right there that Daniel Bryan should have won that Rumble. So those are a few names. I'm sure there are others. Yeah, Starship Troopers I saw many years ago. And Catherine O'Hara, I named a few movies on the stream yesterday, actually. Favorite movies of hers. Beetlejuice, Home Alone. Captain Ron. No, I've never seen that one.
Off is the direction you can fuck.
Oh my God. What happened there? If you had to choose 2 tag team partners for a 6-man tag, Oh my goodness. Batman and He-Man for sure. And Skeletor on that one. Punk said his dream match is him and AJ Lee against Dom Mysterio and Liv Morgan. Would you like to see this match? Oh, Asuka's going to be very angry after what happened at the Rumble tonight. She's going to be pissed on Raw this Monday. Would I like to see that match, though? CM Punk and AJ Lee against Dom and Liv? Yeah, I think that could be fun. I always like how whenever CM Punk talks about Dom, he's like, fuck Dominic Mysterio. And then when Dom talks about Punk, he's like, fuck CM Punk. And talks about how old he is. R.I.P. Desmond Wilson. He played Lamont. Fred Sanford's son on Sanford and Son. Yeah, I did hear that. The Nightmare Before Christmas, was I a fan? No, not really. Buy or sell on which match you would like to see at WrestleMania. Roman Reigns against CM Punk or Roman Reigns against Drew McIntyre? Well, it's like you're like a psychic here. I just answered that question. So hopefully you heard that. What would CM Punk's career look like today if he was still in AEW? If he was still there, that assumes that there's no issues. I think he'd be doing well. I think he'd have plenty of new people to work with because they're always hiring new people. Without all the controversy and all the drama, I think he'd be doing well. I think Collision would be doing a lot better too because that was his show. When they mentioned Stone Cold's Royal Rumble wins, they forgot to mention his 2001 Rumble win in the graphics when they mentioned wrestlers with the most Rumbles. Well, they didn't mention that he won 3 on commentary. Now, you know what my favorite moment of the night was? It was on the pre-show where they ranked the top 10 Royal Rumble wins. Like moments, wins of all time. Do you know what they ranked as the #1 greatest Rumble win of all time? I'll give you a few seconds to guess. Joseph, thank you for all the super chat love, by the way.
My curiosity is killing me just like a cat would be killed by the curiosity, yeah.
There's Mach. So they voted the #1 moment in Rumble history. Cody Rhodes winning his 2nd Royal Rumble in 2024. Yep. That's what they did. Ah, there she is again. Well, you know what? Look, this is her night. I have to get, look, she got one of the biggest reactions of anybody on the show. I can't hate on that. I can't hate on that. Cannot deny the power of Brie mode here on this night. I'll give her flowers for one night. Phil says, though, is it really necessary to have Triple H in the intro? Triple H says, yes, it is very necessary. Please fire Def Rebel. I would if I could. Someone check on Solo. Brie mode has been activated. Thank you, Phil. Base beer is so I subbed to ESPN for $30 and I still get ads. Oh, yes. I was hearing that from people all night long. They were getting commercials. There was somebody, and I don't know, I'll let you guys verify this because on my end, the way I was watching it, I didn't get any of the commercials. What I got was a graphic that said the Royal Rumble is on a commercial break and we'll be back soon. And then it stayed on that screen for like, I don't know, it felt like 6 to 8 minutes. But for the people watching directly in the ESPN app, I guess it said like ad 1 of 9. And it just went through like 9 or 10 ads straight. I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. What a great pay-per-view viewing experience, huh? Are you feeling premium enough with your premium live events? Holiday 197, hey Solo, says this year's Women's Rumble was blah up until the last couple of minutes. I can't believe Lash Legend eliminated Charlotte, Io and Jordan Grace, and Raquel eliminated Rhea. What a mess. No, I wasn't bothered by any of those. I mean, there were a lot of things that bothered me, but I thought those eliminations were fine. I think they kept Lash looking strong. The Rhea elimination was brutal, though, just the way she landed. Base Bearer says AJ debuted at the Rumble in 2016. He retired at the Rumble in 26. Yes, he did. Holiday says it's crazy to think that AJ Styles' best match at WrestleMania in a stadium is arguably against Shane McMahon, not counting AJ against Taker during COVID. Yeah, I mean, that's not a traditional match. I cooked a hamburger during that break. Could have cooked an entire Thanksgiving feast during that break. Dried Chicken says AJ Styles should create his own retirement tour. This cannot be the ending. I'm hoping it's not. It could be, but I'm hoping it's not. Base Beer says 11-0. Wow, let's see what happens. And he said, I got a blackout. I want a refund. Uh-oh, got a blackout. Holiday says, predicting that we get Gunther against Randy at WrestleMania next year in Saudi. Legend Killer against Legend Killer. Enough time would have passed since their King of the Ring finals. Maybe Randy puts his career on the line. I don't think Randy is done next year. Again, I think Randy has said he signed a long contract, and I think he's got quite a bit of time left in the ring. So I don't think we're going to see it. Paul, is that true? That the Rumble replay is not up yet in the ESPN app? That can't be true. The show ended like 4 or 5 hours ago. They should have the replay up by now. That's ridiculous. Base Beer says Drew versus Sami was like Brock against Holly. Wow. Says, wait, can I get a WWE NFL Jaguars belt? I'll bet that's the one belt they don't make. GMB with a $4.99. What's going on, brother? Says Bianca, please be healed before Chamber. We cannot stomach to see Tiffany against Jade again for the 31st time. That genuinely helps nobody involved. Yeah, I'm hoping that's not what it ends up being. Ace of Master says Triple K sure loves hooded figure. Guys, it's too much. Base Bears with the what is that? Is that sperm? Oh, it's iguanas. Iguana sperm. I don't know what the fuck that is. Base Beers, thank you. Ace of Master, don't mention journalists in Saudi Arabia, Cole. And Base Beer says the countdown buzzer is loud. It was loud. Base Beer says LA Knight is over in Saudi. He's over everywhere, dude. He's over everywhere. He always gets a reaction. Stone Cold ET is back with the 1999. Since there was no Bianca at the Rumble, do you think she returns for the Chamber and wins to challenge Jade at Mania? Also, does Tiffany not have a direction until post-Mania? Don't see a program for her at the show. Look, I would love it if Bianca was back in time for the Chamber, because Liv won the Rumble and probably is going to end up getting a World Heavyweight Championship match on Raw. That would open up the SmackDown women's side for, I guess, a Chamber match. She could be one of the 6 women in the Chamber. I'd love to see it. She won the Chamber last year, though. That's the thing. Like, I don't see her coming back and winning back-to-back Chambers. That's why I was thinking the Rumble. Let somebody else win the Chamber in like a different, for a different match. Dried Chicken says Triple H fears Oba Femi. Oba should have stayed longer in the match. All right, so Paul says he found it. He found the stream on the ESPN app. Yeah, I mean, I would be surprised if it wasn't up by now. Is there a delay? From what you guys have seen on the ESPN app, I'm curious to know. When the show ends, How quickly does the full replay go up for viewing? Is it instant, or do you have to wait a certain period of time? Because on Peacock used to piss me off with that, because you would have to wait a certain period of time before the replay was up. So if I came into the show late for any reason, I was pretty much fucked. Base Beer says best final 8 of all time. Final 8 in what? The men's rumble? Yeah, I don't know about that. It says it should have been Randy. I don't think it should have been either one of them. You know, for Randy, that would have been his third rumble. Holiday 197. What a disappointing men's rumble. No Jericho return or any notable returns except Knight. It was blatantly obvious who was winning in the final 4, and it's like they forgot they can set up WrestleMania angles and matches in the Rumble. Yeah, I mean, they didn't do enough of that. It was just, there was a lot of wasted opportunities in these Rumbles. Super Pony. I hate these people, I really do. Rumble was ruined for me when Brock eliminated Oba. I hate that they love Logan so much. Hope we see AJ somewhere else. Yeah, Logan, this is not the first time Logan has ended up in that final group there. It's a good point. Base Bear is awesome fireworks at the end. Yeah, it was a little over the top. I'm sure all paid for by them and not WWE, but it was a little much. But think about this. If we got that at the end of the Royal Rumble, what do you think the pyro is going to look like at WrestleMania next year? That's going to be insane. Alexander Roman hasn't been on the show in months. Couldn't bother to show up and declare for the Rumble and then wins. At least we got Hobbs and Oba. Fried Chicken says, I'll give this Royal Rumble a solid B grade. Chris, babyface moment of the night for me, Roman uppercutting Jay after pretending to run it back. I'm just glad that they finally killed the music. Stone Cold ET at $9.99. 2027 should be the year of NXT up-and-comers. The young talent is incredible and would freshen up the product and PLE cards going forward. Well, they're finally calling up a whole bunch of names, so that's my hope. My hope is that, you know, we're finally there. You know, we're finally at a point where, you know, we will actually start to see that. It's my hope anyway. I'm going to put another goal up, by the way. This would be the first time we actually have 3 rounds of Be the Booker. If we happen to, if we hit this goal, it might be asking a little much, but we'll see how that goes. JDFVA with a 5 says, a meh show. Oba eliminated by Brock instead of reverse. Ridiculous. Brock being eliminated by Knight and Rhodes when no one was looking. Stupid. Yes, very stupid. Very, very stupid. I agree. Dry Chicken says, let me tell you how the New Day can regain their heat. The New Day steal all of Rhea and Io's in-ring gear and clothes while they are in the shower, only to satisfy the Kabuki Warriors. Well, I'm very happy that you are not booking the show, Dried Chicken. I enjoy you in the chat, but maybe stay out of the creative room. Alexander says, whoever was operating the Chiron in the truck over the course of yesterday and today needs to be fired. There were so many screw-ups, it was nuts. Well, I mean, outside of the one from SmackDown, what did I miss? What did I miss on that? What did they screw up on the lower third tonight? Johnny Burney, do you think WBD will block AJ Styles signing like Miguel? No, I don't. I don't. Because I do believe that when you are a big star, you are a big name, you tend to get a little more leeway. Oh, it's like a dagger to the heart. But I love it. I love the support. Alex loves that super chat, by the way. He's like in love with it. Ragnarok. Oba eliminated by Brock, who got tossed out in the most boring way after by Cody and LA Knight. But Logan Paul makes top 4. Whoever produced this should be fired and publicly shamed. Maybe Shane McMahon snuck back in. And remember, he got raked over the coals a few years ago. He got fired by his own father. That's how bad he was, coming in to help produce the Rumble a few years ago. Maybe he flew all the way to Saudi and he snuck in. Holiday 197. I'm not optimistic at the moment about the direction of WrestleMania. It's clear they're doing Punk against Roman and Drew against Cody. Unless Jacob has to be added. If they're doing that match, Jacob being added, if not Randy, is a must. An absolute must. But he says not much build around other matches. Well, the WrestleMania build now begins in earnest now that the Rumble is over. So let's see what they do on television this week. They should give us some hint about what some of those directions are going to be. And we'll see if either Roman or Liv make their decision or if they hold off for a little while. Olivia. Oh, I know it's very late where Olivia is, so I appreciate you joining here. It was nice to have a 9 p.m. local time kickoff. Show was underwhelming, but had much fun watching with friends. Women's Rumble was better. Justice for Hobbs. Yeah, the Women's Rumble was the better of the two. Stone Cold ET. Pretty loud fuck Triple H chants in the post-show. His body language certainly has changed. Night of Champions in 2023. You mean since Night of Champions? Well, good. I mean, you want to put yourself out there, you got to take the heat. When you want to put yourself in every intro video and in the opening segment of all the big shows, and you want your face to be in the WrestleMania commercials, you want your face on everything. You want to make it very well known that you are the face of the place. You take the criticism and you take the compliments. You can't take one without the other. It's as simple as that. Everything goes through you. J Ray says no Chris Jericho return. He was never returning. Jericho is touring with Fozzy next month through late March. All hype for but Jericho's touring with Fozzy. It doesn't interfere with any of the important dates. Like, it doesn't interfere with Elimination Chamber. Like, him being on tour with Fozzy for some dates in February and again in I think it's May, by the way. Could be March. I thought it was May. Has no bearing on whether or not he was going to be in the Royal Rumble or not. He could be on Raw Monday night for all we know. Those dates, though, do not conflict with anything major. So, like, if he was going to be at the Chamber, he's free for the Chamber. So I would not go by that Fozzy schedule because that's not going to tell you anything. Holiday says, if Sami ever wins a world title, it should be from Kevin Owens. Drew would be a good first challenger to test Sami to keep the title. Well, that would imply that Kevin Owens would have to first win a world championship. And that doesn't look like it's very likely to happen. But it's a nice thought, Holiday. I don't think you realize the flaw in your plan. Olivia says, why was Rusev cucked again? Kiana James, women's MVP. No, I wouldn't say that. I would say women's MVP. I'd probably give it to Sol Ruka. Why was Rusev cucked again? Because they think he's a cuck. I don't know. I mean, they've given no indication that they plan on pushing him in any kind of serious way. The way they treated him and Rey Fenix in the Rumble tonight tells you everything you need to know about, in their mind, what their status and position is on the roster. And it's not good. Not good. Chris O'Neill, outside of Oba, the men's Rumble was cheeks. Paul Van Summeren says, so 6 weeks ago, Gunther chokes Cena and gets a 3-drop arm raise by the referee. 6 weeks later, Gunther chokes AJ and we get a 1-drop. It's the inconsistency. It's like what I talked about. It is the inconsistency. Drew McIntyre. Women's Rumble, great. Oba, Jacob, Braun, not in Final Four, bad. I agree. Paul says, I had Liv winning the Royal Rumble if Bianca didn't return. Liv deserved it. I figured either Reigns or Breaker would win the men's. They did Breaker dirty. And I think we get Judgment Day implosion at Mania with Raquel winning the belt at Elimination Chamber, facing Liv and possibly, finally, Finn versus Dirty Dom. Well, I've been saying that for a while. Should be Finn and Dom for the IC title, and I think we get the Demon. Demon Balor. Because you know they're going to want to market the shit out of that. So you know they're going to bring him back at some point. Any chance that AJ gets a farewell address on Raw? Or that we get a new masked wrestler named BK Fashions? He'd be like the Midnight Rider. Juan Cena. How do you say AJ Styles in Spanish? I think we could definitely hear from AJ on Raw. Yeah, I think we will. On your second idea, I'm going to say no. Down Bad says, my fiance has minimal wrestling knowledge. She only knows Stone Cold, The Rock, and Undertaker. She could have booked a better men's Rumble than Triple H. Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that for a second. Drew says, Randy Orton, Legend Killer, Gunther, Career Killer, Paul, Triple Nose, Levesque, Buzz Killer. Thank you, Drew. Paul says, LA Knight remains so over despite him never winning. Yeah, it's pretty incredible, actually. And Temjin Zephyr says, to the person who gifted a membership, thank you. Yes, that happened. I think that was last night during the SmackDown stream. You were one of the ones who randomly were selected for a gifted membership. Kevin says, love you, Solo. Thank you, brother. Thank you for the 1999. Toya ain't nice. I'm just waiting on the Brie rant. Oh, we talked about Brie. We talked about Brie, all right. We got Siddhant Mitra. Is it Mitra or Mitra? I want to make sure I pronounce that right. Says, yo, Solo, love from India, bro. Not always able to catch you live. So here's a super chat for one of the rare times I have been able to. Also, I think I have fallen in love with Sol Ruka. What do you think about her future? I'm sure there were a lot of people that fell in love with Sol Ruka the first time they saw her. I think she's got a very bright future, as long as she can stay healthy. Because I do worry that with some of the moves that she'll do, I know she already tore her ACL once. So if she can stay healthy, she's got the best finisher. Like it's a finish that if you really look at it, people have to dive into it. It's a little over the top, but it always gets a reaction and it looks great. She's got a great finish. She's super talented. I think her future is very bright. I think Kendall Gray has a very bright future once she gets called up eventually. Carl Winslow, this PLE was like Family Matters without me and Urkel. Well, that would be a very boring show, wouldn't it? Super Pony, do you believe what Hunter is saying about AJ being done in the ring? I think AJ might have lied to his face. I hope he did. Fuck him. Yeah, I hope he lied to him also. I hope AJ is not done. Luis says the Royal Rumble felt like a B-tier PLE. You mean to tell me the show that was so badly promoted that I had multiple people who were telling me they had no idea it was even airing today felt like a B-tier PLE? I don't believe you. True story. I had multiple people who said, I didn't even know the Royal Rumble was today. I think that says a lot. Elijah. Hello, I am Elijah. Walk with Elijah. Solo, what is your favorite Rumble and why is it 1992? Also, I'm sorry that Brie's return caused Brie TSD. I like that. I like that. I have Brie TSD. And yes, my favorite Rumble is in fact 1992. How did you guess? Anti-M Bishop. Been a while. Yeah, man, I haven't heard that name in a while. Didn't watch the Rumble, but from what I saw, didn't miss much. From what I heard, HOG in LA was epic. Can't wait for the upload. Yeah, unfortunately, there were just some streaming issues, so we couldn't stream the show live like we had planned to. So I haven't even had the chance to actually see it yet because I wasn't there, obviously. But from everything I heard, it was a hot crowd. It was a great show, and hopefully that'll be going up this week. Fire Panda. Speaking of names I haven't heard from lately. What's going on, Fire Panda? Thank you for the love. TNA on Spike is where I learned that AJ Styles is the king of this shit. Thank you, AJ. Hail Gunther. I love me some Gunther. Well now, $21 super chat. Can't believe they went with Roman, LOL. With the build and the winner, has to be a top 5 worst of all time Rumble. Love you, Solo. This was, I don't know where it's going to rank. There have been some bad Rumbles before. I would not put this, I don't think this ends up in the bottom 5 necessarily, but it was not great. It was not great. The Mount Vernon kid, Christopher Bennett, should have let Oba eliminate Brock and go all the way. That's how you build somebody. I was impressed, but he should have went all the way to the finale. Yeah, I don't disagree. Super Pony, guys, Backlash will be the start of a new era. Oh, yeah. I'm sure it will. And then the month after that, Money in the Bank will be the start of a new era.
My curiosity is killing me just like a cat would be killed by the curiosity, yeah.
Oh, it's Havili. Yeah, Havili doesn't pop up as often. I was starting to get worried about him. Alexander says, I'm not a fan, but my hope was Paige instead of Brie. You know, Paige was not even a thought in my head. It's not even a thought in my head. Super Pony, Randy Orton feels like such an afterthought. He doesn't seem like a priority for them anymore. What's up with that? Well, because he shouldn't be a priority. I mean, I think a story with Cody should be just because they haven't done it yet, but I'm not opposed to Randy Orton, who's been there for a million years, not being a priority anymore. That's part of the problem with WWE. I don't think that there are enough newer faces who are enough of a priority over people like a Roman Reigns or a Randy Orton. There comes a point where guys like that, they don't need to be a priority anymore. The priority should be using guys like that to help elevate the newer faces so that they can be the next Randy Orton. And that's part of the problem. My hope now is with guys like Obafemi and Trick Williams being called up, we'll start to see some of that. Because these two guys have barely been on the main roster. They're already over. They're already getting reactions from these crowds. Brandon Vasquez says, do you think having a Royal Rumble one year where the winner challenged The Undertaker to break the streak at WrestleMania would have worked? No. No, I think that would have been lame. Because that's putting the streak over the championship in the main event of WrestleMania, and that just shouldn't ever happen. I'm sorry. Nick Grasso, still no Bianca. This hand injury is maybe more serious than we... Well, yeah, you think? I think that's pretty apparent at this point. If Bianca is not back in time for the Elimination Chamber or WrestleMania, I say Jade faces either Tiffany or Jordan, and Charlotte faces Alexa. I mean, I'd be fine with Jade and Jordan. I can live with that. The Mount Vernon kid, Jay Uso, is a dancing clown. Why? What the fuck at first? I used to let the whole replay of the intro slide, and now it's just getting on my nerves. Yeah, I mean, I hated that whole sequence with the Fire of 1,000 Suns. I fucking hated that. Holy shit wrestling. I like Gunther more when he was a 90s All Japan Kings Road tribute act than sleeper hold abuse. Shout outs to the referee shouting AJ, 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 AJ at the end like he didn't want AJ to pass out. He was marking out, bro. He was marking out. Alexander says, has there ever been a triple Be the Booker in history? There might have been once, but I don't know. I don't know. The goal is only 2 out of 10. So right now we have 2 guaranteed. If we hit that third goal, though, we'll do 3 of them. We got Matt. Matt Scales. Hey, Solo, I thought the show was okay. I now regret getting up at 3 a.m. to watch it. Good showings for Javon, Oba, Lash, and Kiana. Thought Oba and Hobbs' eliminations were anticlimactic. Thanks for all you do, brother. I agree with you. There were definitely some anticlimactic eliminations in there. We got Chris. What location do you set your VPN to? I tried Toronto after 20 minutes. It kicked me off and had switched me to Montreal. Oh, man. You might say it was the Montreal screwjob for you tonight. I'm sorry. I think the server that I used tonight on my VPN. What did I use? I think it was Canada. I think it was. Was it Canada? No. You know what it was? It was the Netherlands. I think it was the Netherlands. I go back and forth. Sometimes it's the Netherlands server. Sometimes it's UK Docklands, and then sometimes it's just Canada. It's not Toronto. It's not Montreal. It's a Canadian server. I didn't have any issues. SMG Kobe, Solo, you ruined my night. I had number 1 in the Facebook pool. Oh, I read this one before. Oba was eliminated by Brock, and in my shock, I then hear Uso. Way to kick a man when he's down. I'm sorry, brother. The Mount Vernon kid, when Brie came out, I said to myself, sorry, Solo. I think a lot of people said that when they heard that. They felt immediate sympathy for me. What was the point of showing the Powerhouse Hobbs logo on the honestly, dude, I have no idea why they did that. If you're not going to let him keep the name, why even bother? Prince Vegeta says, I guess we can thank Bill Goldberg for whining and bitching about getting a retirement match for this new Gunther gimmick. Well, that's just another thing that Bret Hart can blame Bill Goldberg for. Alexander says, my surprise was no Blake Monroe in the Rumble. Yeah, I think the biggest surprise of this Rumble was the names that we did not get in the Rumble. AJ Lee, Kit Wilson, Joe Hendry, Blake Monroe is another one. Horatio says Triple H needed a home run but hit another foul ball. The Sheriff of Patties. What's the difference between light and hard? I can fall asleep with a light on. Boomerang, I wish I could have seen the look on your face when you heard Brie. It was a look of shock and despair and defeat. Vic Grasso says, with Brie Bella back, I really hope the plan isn't for Io and Rhea to face the Bellas at WrestleMania for the tag team titles. That would be terrible. That would be terrible. I expect the Bellas to be in the tag team title picture, but I would hope Rhea and Io would be involved in something else. Maybe even if it was just a match with each other. Nothing on the line. Just like an Evolution rematch, and then Rhea can finally beat Io. Because otherwise, there's really no point in doing the match again. The Mount Vernon Kid overrated chant from the crowd was just BS. I've noticed that a certain demographic or women just get booed regardless of their alliance. Who did they chant overrated at? I missed that chant. Beef Cheeto. Solomonster. What is your favorite finisher ever? My favorite finisher ever is it's probably the Stone Cold Stunner. I mean, it was just electric, you know, when he was white hot hitting that stun. I mean, he could hit that stunner on anybody and it would get just this massive reaction. So that was probably the one that was the most fun to watch. As far as like just the moves themselves, for me, it's the sharpshooter. The sharpshooter and the crossface chicken wing. Oh, they were chanting overrated at Lash? I didn't even hear them. Devin from NJ. We haven't had a WrestleMania in March since 2015. Why is this? Also, buy or sell WrestleMania in March or WrestleMania in April? I think they settled on April just because it's more time for them to really, you know, build out the road to Mania and promote the matches. Now it's even later because now it's in like the third weekend of April. I'm more a fan of WrestleMania in that first week of April, but it just gives them more time. We have Ashutosh Mishra. Hope you're doing well, Solo. Did you notice the screen say 2-minute intervals and Mark Nash saying 90 seconds? Okay, so that was one of the botches that people were talking about. I did not see that. St. Clair, random trope I hate for the Rumble. I hate when they get hit with a finish just to pop up so they can get thrown out. Well, I mean, one of the best examples of that is actually the first Rumble, not the second one, the second Rumble that Austin won. When he stunned The Rock, popped right up to his feet, he was all woozy, and he got thrown out. SMG Kobe. Off topic, it won't happen, but I want 2-night PLEs to be in 2 different cities, one international and one US. Day one usually feels like a cash grab. Yeah, I mean, they could try it. I don't think that practically it makes a lot of sense. That sounds like a logistical nightmare. Now you're dealing with time zone differences. You're dealing with all kinds of potential things going wrong. You've got to build out now 2 different stages and sets. I know they don't exactly put a lot of creativity into them now, unless it's, you know, again, the Rumble or WrestleMania, but it would cost TKO more money, and I don't think it's money that they care to spend. Richie. Plus, there's another aspect to this. They make these deals, these cities bid on these events. I don't think cities are going to necessarily want to bid on one night. I think they want the entire thing. So you gotta factor that into the decision also. Richie with 25, no message, just showing some love. I love that. Richie, thank you very much. Prince Vegeta in Michael Cole's voice. Of course, the legendary Brie Bella, the creator of the Yes Movement. Surprised he didn't say that. Grapplenomics, Styles and Ciampa for Hobbs and Jericho. Hilarious. It could work out that way. So far, it was an even swap so far for Hobbs and Ciampa. We'll see if the Jericho and Styles thing actually comes true. Matt Fisher with a pair of learning trees. No message. All love, Matt. Thank you. Here's Marshall. Brandon says, I didn't watch the Rumble, so when I saw your tweet about Rey Mysterio, I genuinely thought he won the Rumble. That's great. I posted a tweet during the Rumble. I was like, oh God, what did I say? I just said, it's been 20 years since Ray won the Rumble. I said like, holy shit. But I didn't think somebody would read it that way. Can you imagine? That is terrifying. That is absolutely terrifying. Jeremy Rose says, AJ is done. He went out his way. The only thing I see him doing in TNA is one more time winning the title, maybe, and then retiring. AEW ain't happening. However, my long shot is against Gunther one more time, but as a TNA talent. Yeah, I don't see. Plus Ultra Adrian. Hopefully AJ doesn't get the Bill Belichick treatment of that and actually gets into the Hall of Fame first ballot. Abyssal Zones, very happy for Liv, very disappointed with Roman. Pax Basanica with the 5. My prediction is we get a triple threat at the Elimination Chamber. Drew, Cody, and Orton, with Orton winning the title. Reigns against Orton at WrestleMania. Ooh, you lost me on that part. You lost me there. I was actually okay with the first half, and then we can do Cody. We could do Cody and Orton. Roman Reigns against Randy Orton does absolutely nothing for me. Like, I feel nothing with that match. Jeremy says, when I saw Jay was doing the entrance from the crowd, I was thinking the buzzer was going off before. I was kind of hoping it would, because then he would be eliminated because he never got into the ring. And it's like, oh, he eliminated himself because he was too busy yeeting. And then I would have laughed. Jeremy also says, men's mid-card champions are missing the Rumble. When, if ever, has that happened? Dom injured. Oh yeah, Dom wasn't there. I thought he was supposed to be back by now. But Mello needed to be in there. This creative team... Well, you know what? Looking back at it, it's a good thing he wasn't. Because if Mello was in there, he would have been destroyed by Brock Lesnar and thrown out like a jabron. Just like Dragunov was. So maybe it was for the better. AJ says, this Royal Rumble was worse than the pandemic. Mind you, I lost family during that time. Oh my goodness. Jeez. AJ really did not like this Royal Rumble. Holy shit. That's like that time I got a super chat from someone. This is back when Raw was still 3 hours and it was fucking awful. And I remember, I'll never forget, he sent in a super chat and he just said, this Raw was the worst thing that happened to me all week. And I just buried my grandfather today. I was like, wow. Like, that's pretty bad. John Laurinaitis is with us. Oh, boy. Says, that audience needed a dose of people power. People power. People power. I'm a perv. People power. Sheltered Love, listening in for quite some time now. I just want to send greetings from Germany. Always looking forward to your reviews, often better than the actual shows. Keep it up. Stay safe. Thank you, brother. All the way from Germany. It's how many hours away is that from New York? It's got to be at least 8 hours, right? Yeah, you know, sometimes, especially with the weekly shows, these streams end up being a lot more fun. We always try to have fun here. Thank you. I'm glad you can join. Francisco Flores, do you think that there will ever be an NXT Royal Rumble winner? I think that yes. I think one day we might just get that. Just has to be the right person. Andre Jefferson with a 20. I guess Roman is going for the title. He literally called the number 2 title. Yes, he's called the World Heavyweight Championship. It's like less than. But again, the comment was, if you want to increase the value of that title, you have me hold it. So if he goes after that title, then that quote has to come back. Like, that has to be brought up as part of the build to a match with CM Punk. Joseph says, did you hear about Ashley Massaro's name on Epstein? Yes, I did. That was very sad to hear that. I mean, I had to stop reading some of that stuff after a while because I'm just disgusted by the whole thing. I think anybody and everybody who was named in that stuff should have their balls cut off. Every single one of them need to be shamed and burned at the stake. Every fucking one of them. But I mean, with her, as if she didn't go through enough. You know, when I saw that, I was like, man, that's... I don't know. Irenzo says, do you think Alex Wright with his dance gimmick would have been over today? He was a pretty good... You know what? Yes, he would be. Yes, he would be. He would absolutely be able to get that over. Jeremy Rose says, LA Knight goes Hill win. Wait, what? Goes Hill wins Chamber versus Punk at WrestleMania. What do you say? Roman picks Drew, or does Cody weasel his way in? Cold douche chill just came over me. So I think he says Knight wins the Chamber and then faces Punk at WrestleMania. It's possible. I'm not expecting it. Punk has to wrestle though on that show. I mean, it's Chicago. He's got to be doing something on that show. Well, actually, he'll be facing Finn Balor, I guess. Yeah, he'll be defending against Balor probably. And Cody will be involved in the title picture. You can guarantee that. We got Yankees fans for life. Well, I'll allow it. Hey, Solo, now that both their in-ring careers are seemingly over, who, in your opinion, was the better in-ring performer? He didn't include any names. There's no names here. I assume AJ is one of them, but there's no names here. I don't know how to answer this. MGM Ballin. Gunther beats AJ twice, yet can't beat CM Sloth and taps out to Jey Usloth. I really hope this isn't the end for AJ. He is too good not to go the rest of the year. He is not embarrassing himself like he thinks he will. Oh, well, he might think he does. You know, he's very, hypersensitive that he doesn't want to see himself as being less than. Oh, AJ. Well, look, if he was talking about AJ and Cena and you're talking about in-ring career, the answer is AJ Styles. DJ55, Mello was robbed for La Parka, Gecko Man, and Miz. That is pretty bad, I will say. Like, again, I think Mello was spared probably some embarrassment by not being in the Rumble. But the fact that Miz was in the Royal Rumble and not Carmelo Hayes is actually is very embarrassing. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Miz, by the way, I should point out, I don't believe has won a singles match in WWE in 2 years. He was in the Royal Rumble, but the United States champion was not. Think about that. We got Barlow, 666 Polecat. What direction do you think they will go with Randy Orton at WrestleMania 42? I could see, look, we saw Cody accidentally drop him with a Cody cutter in the Rumble. So I think he's going to get roped into this whole world title scene. I was talking about maybe a possible triple threat with Drew, Cody, and Fatu, it may be a fatal four-way with Orton in there. I think he's going to factor into this in some way. Jeremy says, Masked Man, Pierce, or Finn? That's interesting. Finn Balor as the Masked Man. Yeah, but what does that lead to, though? I mean, he's got his own shit going on with the Judgment Day. And I'll tell you what, whoever was under that hood, it was not Adam Pearce. Adam Pearce hasn't... I remember when Adam Pearce was still wrestling. Like, I remember him when he was still doing the Repo Man gimmick, where people kept calling him Repo Man. And so I remember I was at the Manhattan Center. It was at a Ring of Honor show, and it was like a big 6-man or 8-man tag, and he was in there. And he pulled out the Repo Man, like, eye mask as like a gag, and everybody popped. In all the years I've seen Adam Pearce wrestling, I've never seen him that slim. So it was not Adam Pearce. Ross says maybe we see Chris Jericho come back to WWE after his Fozzy tour in February. Maybe. Again, I don't think the tour is going to impact a return before that, but if he's going to be at WrestleMania, Mania is not until mid-April. They got a little more time than usual, so he could always come back in March. If Adam was still moving like that, he'd be wrestling. Yeah, exactly. He'd still be in the ring if he was moving like that. We got the SJS. This is why I don't trust Lesnar with Gunther. Oh, I don't trust it either. You know, and the people that want to see that match, it's like, be careful what you wish for, because it may not go the way you think it's going to go. Holiday says, what if The Rock comes out? Oh, God, not The Rock. What if The Rock comes out during the main event of WrestleMania 42 and costs Cody, leading to Jacob winning the title, becoming The Rock's champion? Or Rock sides with Drew. This leads to Cody versus Rock at WrestleMania 43. Saudi wants top stars. But now you're building out a year-long story for The Rock that you can't guarantee. I mean, look, the story is that the offer is being made or has been made to The Rock to be at WrestleMania next year. And it's more money than any wrestler has ever been offered ever. So if he was being offered that much money, then I'm sure he could clear his schedule. But I am not relying on The Rock for anything. Like, if it happens, it happens. But can you really plan out something that far in advance with The Rock and trust that it's going to happen? That's a huge risk. Alexander says, nobody cares, but I thought Zoe Stark would return. I don't know where she is in terms of her rehab. Again, that every time I think about that injury, I cringe. But when did she get hurt? Was it May of last year? I don't know where in her rehab she is. The problem is if she would have come out in that Rumble, she would have gotten no reaction. Anobi says, sorry for the Brie mode. Riyadh Crumble was meh. Liv won, so she could demand more fans to apologize to her faction. Bittersweet finish to AJ, although it was coming. Drew retains, yay. Roman won, so WWE kept his mouth shut. 2 out of 5. The average grunt. I don't know what the obsession that Triple H has with men in black hoodies. That's he's quoting me now. Well, I'm sure he'd love to have some white hoods on his shows, but I doubt that would fly with sponsors. And the pitchforks are out for Triple H. Super Pony, how stupid am I for thinking KO is going to be 30 in the Rumble? I miss him so much. Roman is absolutely beating Punk because that's what we do. Bald fraud voice. That's what we do. It's a new era. Roman's the champion now. It's a new era. Just be a fan. Shut up and be a fan. It's what we do. Super Pony says, how stupid... Oh, I just read that one. Thank you, Super Pony. We got Dagami 56. Watching paint dry was more exciting than this show. Dry Chicken says Triple H is going to have to pick and choose this option. 1, go back and do the press conference, or 2, continue the post-show appearances with a rowdy crowd. Or option 3, they'll just cancel all of it and just have Peter Rosenberg and Jackie Redmond and just a closed-off room just talking about what they just saw. Wink the Cosmic Grandma. What happened to the House of Glory stream? There were internet issues, so we were not able to stream. So once the show is fully uploaded, it will be online for people to watch. King Gariel 17. Who do you turn face, Raquel or Liv? And who do you turn heel, Charlotte or Alexa? Raquel goes face. Who goes heel, Charlotte or Alexa? Bliss fan, I'm going to leave that one to you. Who do you think should go heel, Charlotte or Alexa? I trust Bliss fan with this one, because I know he's got an opinion on this. Havili, what's up, Solomonster? Oh, here we go. Bliss fan says Alexa is the face in any Charlotte feud. There you go. Alexa's the face. Havili says, what's up, Solomonster? Shout out from Brisbane, Australia. With all due respect, you owe me an apology. I asked you the possibility of AJ Lee to return and team with Punk to face Seth and Becky. What did I say? No? I don't remember this. I have no memory of this. WrestleMess. Fatu wins the Elimination Chamber. Cody politics into the WrestleMania match. Well, he is a politician. He looks like one. He talks like one. He sounds like one. He acts like one. Barry Wood. Thank you, Barry. Bobby Means. So since we have no idea where or when Bianca is coming back, I honestly believe that Jordan Grace could possibly win it, and we get Grace and Cargill. Well, then what does Tiffany do? She just came back, so you know she's going to have some kind of role. Wink says, I feel like a heel hasn't won the Rumble since Triple H. Really thought this was the year for Braun, but I guess not. Has it been that long? Triple H won in 2016. Randy won in 2017. Shinsuke in 2018. Seth in 2019. Drew in 2020. Edge in 2021. 2022. Who won in 2022? Brock? I think it was Brock. 2023 was Cody. 2024 was Cody. 2025 was Jet. Yeah, wow. It's a lot of baby faces.
Nick Wayne's mom has got it going on. She's all I want, and I've waited for so long.
It's a jam, right? My jam.
Go away and leave me be.
This is it.
I hope she likes this song, cause I'm in love with Nick Wayne's mom.
Nick Wayne's mom has got it going on. Nick Wayne's mom has gotta love this song. Oh, I do love hearing that tune. We haven't seen Nick Wayne or his mom on television in a very long time. It's going to have to change very soon. That was from Leopoldo, by the way. I'll get to you in a little bit. I'm working my way up there. Oh my God, we're 9 out of 10 on the bonus goal. I just noticed. We might be doing 3 Be the Bookers if we get one more. I just noticed that. We have Alex with a $25. Says, Brother Solo, I'm happy that you got happy when you saw Brie. Also, imagine expecting Jericho and we get Mr. Iguana. I wouldn't be surprised if Jericho shows up this Monday. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. That way he gets the spotlight all to himself. That's what happened the last time he came back in 07 or whatever it was. Like, everyone thought they knew when he was coming back. And Jericho intentionally was like, why don't we wait a little bit longer? So they put it off for a few weeks and then he showed up. Chris Lloyd, why does WWE refuse to create new stars? They only push the stars they have now, and they won't do anything to build any new ones. Eventually, these stars won't be around. Who takes their place? Well, hopefully these NXT call-ups that we saw tonight, the hope is that those will be the people. And that's not even all of them. But we did have a lot of new faces on the show. So they're only now starting to really build them up. They should have already been building some of these people up 6 months ago. Now they're building them all up at once. KJ Mitchell. I've never missed Pat Patterson more than tonight, realizing they have no idea how to book eliminations. You know, you are absolutely 100% right. And whatever you want to say about Pat Patterson, as far as his ability to book match finishes and eliminations and elimination sequences in Royal Rumbles, he knew what he was doing. And they don't have anybody like that now. Like, these people are, by and large, when it comes to the Royal Rumbles, and like you said, the eliminations and stuff like that, these people are just completely out to lunch. They have no idea. There's not like a creative thought in their head when it comes to this stuff. I don't understand it. I really don't. Super Pony, Bruce booked Ilya and Oba's eliminations. He probably did. It's all Bruce's fault. RDS Harry, Oba should have eliminated Brock. It would have been a much bigger deal. But besides that, I thought Oba looked good. And I pray that WWE doesn't fumble him. It's possible. It's possible. Phil says, your review is more entertaining than the Women's Royal Rumble. I tapped out and started doing my taxes.
Gunther. Jerry Lawler loves Gunther the Magnificent. All hail Gunther.
You know, it's a good night when you get multiple Gunther. That's our second one, I think, tonight. Our second Gunther. He has retired another one, and so he must appear. That's from Fire Panda. Boy, you know it's bad when Phil says he started doing his taxes in the middle of the match. Von Tell says, your reaction if Y2J reappeared on the next Dynamite. Oh, and I had to hear the learning tree? What would my reaction be? That thud you would hear would be me banging my head against the wall. Hi, guys. I'm back. Avili. Tried to send you the Facebook link, but YouTube still won't let me, so here it is. 88 Rockin' Robin, 89 Velvet McIntyre, 90, 91, 92 Sherry Martel, 90... What is this in reference to, though? Yeah, I see in the second one, too. You mentioned Lita and Trish and Gail. Are these the women that you think would have won the Royal Rumble for those years if they had a Women's Rumble? I don't disagree with a lot of these. Moore says, Ciampa is your new TNT champion. Banger match. Good, I'm happy about that. I said the other night, put the belt on him. I'd put the belt on him. Why beat him in his first match? So I'm glad. I'm gonna have to. I don't know if I hope I have time to watch it before the podcast tomorrow, but I may not. But I definitely want to go back and watch that match. No, I'm happy for him. You know, he even made the comment in an interview, one of the reasons he left WWE, because he would hear comments from people talking about how he peaked out in 2018 in NXT. Like, that was peak Ciampa. And he said it made him absolutely sick, because he knows that today he's 10 times better than the Ciampa from 2018 in every way. He says in the ring, on the mic, story-wise, everything about him now is better than that version. All he hears were people saying that that was peak Ciampa. And, you know, he realized that in WWE, he was never going to get the chance to be anything more than what you saw on TV. Look at the last gimmick they were doing with him on SmackDown. Everybody in the back was going around making fun of him, calling him a jackass. You know, like, do you really think things were going to be any different for him? So good for him. He wants to leave and go prove people wrong. Let him go ahead and try. It'll be fun to watch. Paper with a $10 super chat. I'm a big fan of Julia, but her entire moveset has been nerfed in WWE. Says that she's struggling to get over. I'm not sure what their plan is for her, if there even is one. I don't get the sense there is a plan. I don't know how things are going to end with her. I really don't. Toya says they're still yeeting. Was that the noise I hear? Super Pony, do you think Triple H is the biggest problem, or is it the lackeys under him like Brian, James, and Bruce not making excuses for him, but those guys need to be gone? Again, I'll say it again. Triple H is the chief content officer. Triple H is the face of WWE. He puts his face literally on everything. All roads lead to Triple H. The buck stops with him, just like with Vince. When you're the guy in charge, the buck stops with you. Duff's Vids, is ESPN still grading the WWE PLEs, or did WWE get them to stop after WrestlePalooza? They didn't stop after WrestlePalooza. They did it one more time, and then I haven't heard anything since. I guess we'll find out tomorrow or Sunday. I'm sorry. Tomorrow is Sunday. We'll find out Monday. Super Pony Solo, will you open up the phone line for WrestleMania? Probably not, because WrestleMania typically is the busiest weekend of the year. Like, just the super chats alone, like, we'll be up for 2.5 hours. Just like going through chats, answering questions. Like, that is the exact opposite best time to be doing phone calls. It should be on a quieter night. We'll figure out a better time to do it. Phil says, hi, Solo. What are your thoughts about Backlash not being in Puerto Rico? Instead, it is going to be in Tampa. Yeah, Post Wrestling had the story in December because they had seen an internal memo, like an internal calendar that had it listed for San Juan. So obviously something changed. Either they were outbid or the deal fell through, but that was a surprise to see Backlash announced for Tampa. Kenny Clifford with a 20 says, yo, Solo, I think Triple H left his cerebral assassin thinking in the ruthless aggression era because it's gone in this one. It is. Where is the cerebral Triple H that we heard of? Mega Mr. Joker. Solo, just want to say hi and show support. Hope all is well. All is very well. And I thank you for that, Mr. Joker. Boy, she is very angry tonight. She's pissed. We got Leopoldo. What if they just called Hobbs house keys? Because he loses them all the time? No, I think Royce Hobbs, actually. A combination of the two would have been perfect. Jacob Chelsea. Love that Brock completely jabronied Ilya just to get eliminated by a double clothesline during Yeet's entrance. Hilarious company. It's just... Dude, it was so bad. It was so fucking awful. Matt Fisher with a $25 Brimo. Man, Matt's on fire. 2 learning trees and a Brie. Oh, Joseph is back. Jeremy Dyer says, does Yota Tsuji against AJ Styles for the IWGP title interest you? Yes. I would love to see AJ do a couple more New Japan matches. Retro KOH, thank you, Solo, for saying it out loud. Everyone in those files needs to be done away with. It is disgusting. Yes, every single one of them. Unfortunately, none of them, I'm sure, will be brought to any sort of real justice. But if there was justice in this world, every single one of them would be. JDF VA, the snow here in North Carolina is ridiculous. Well, I'm sorry about that. I mean, we had a bad snowstorm last week, and the mounds of ice are just not going anywhere. I was out this morning. I had to go into the city for a funeral, and it was 7 degrees outside. This snow out there it's never going to go away. It's going to be 6 weeks before that goes away. Yankees fan for life. My bad, Solo. I meant between Styles and Shawn Michaels. Who is the better in-ring wrestler and performer? In my opinion, it is AJ. I mean, it's very subjective because Styles was flashier in terms of like the moves that he did and the dives, and like Shawn Michaels never did half the stuff that AJ Styles did. But Shawn he was so smooth and just sure-footed, and he was just very good at what he did, you know, better than really anybody else in his era when it came to that stuff. And like Brett, you can compare Brett and Shawn, but Brett's style was also different. It's not an apples to apples thing. Between Shawn and AJ, the better in-ring performer, I mean, I tend to lean towards Shawn, but again, it's a subjective thing. Phil the Truth, as a third of a century old man, I have a 2026 Royal Rumble joke. I live to reign as world champion. Sorry for the cheesy joke. I hope it wasn't too Brie for you. Oh, that's pretty cheesy. Retro says, it's a bit foggy outside where I live. I tried to catch it, but I missed. Oh boy, never go full Sidro. Never go full Sidro. Daryl, 13 Canadians, says, hey Solo, did you notice all of the women in the Rumble match are dressed like the Power Rangers? I told you, they all were going to look the same unless they changed the colors up a little bit. Warhawk Rambo, Ruck Foman. Leopoldo with the 28. Had to hear Solo tone tonight. Never seen Unreal. They ever cover major F-ups? Like, would they ever cover Brock being eliminated during Uso's entrance, or who was stupid enough to book it? What could possibly be the reason for it? Yeah, they cover fuck-ups. I mean, this past season, actually, they covered a pretty big fuck-up at the end of the men's Money in the Bank match. I'm going to have a full review, by the way, for Season 2 of Unreal on the podcast tomorrow. So we'll get into that's part of what we'll get into. Or Whizzle. We had our first ever Power Rangers Royal Rumble. Yes, we did. Duff's Vids, 4 out of 10. Roman Reigns, a 4 out of 10 Royal Rumble. Happy for Liv. Thank you, Duffs. I saw RR. I thought that was Roman Reigns. Jeremy Rose, if you had Tiffy versus Julia at WrestleMania and Julia wins, does this erase the stain they did to her, or does it ruin Tiff? I actually think it would do more to harm Tiffany than it would to help Julia at this point. Like, that's how bad things have gotten. And Retro KOH, didn't Coach say Jericho was going to return at the Rumble? Oh boy, you mean to tell me the coach called a bad play? That the coach didn't know what he was talking about? I don't know. I'm asking it. I mean, is that something he said was going to happen? Did he guarantee a Jericho appearance? Fire Panda with that second Gunther bomb. The longer she's gone, the more I start to believe that Bianca has permanent damage to her hand. If that's what takes her out of wrestling, then that's horrible. But hey, at least it's not a broken neck. There are definitely worse injuries that one's career could end as a result of, but I don't even want to think about that because I think that would be horrible. It's like I don't even know what her plans are as far as like having kids and starting a family. Like she just lost a year of her career. So I don't know. I don't know what her plans are. I don't know what she wants to. I don't know. I don't know. It just feels like a lot of wasted time. Cameron Spencer, years ago, Tessa won the men's world title in TNA. WWE is too cowardly to do the same, scared of the reaction they'll get from fans. Cowardice. To have Tessa specifically win one of their titles, their world title, or just have a woman. Because Rhea Ripley could beat up some of the guys on that roster. Like, I'm convinced of this. Cameo Johnson with a $9.99. Hey, Solo, remember when Liv used to slap Raquel? A Raquel title run is long overdue. She's been on fire lately. Do you think clean house is needed in WWE's booking team? Everyone except HBK. I think they definitely need some new voices in there. Get some new perspectives. I think you always want to be cycling out some new voices. But yes, I don't disagree with you. Hey, Leopoldo. Hey, there's Vato Sting. Seth, what's going on, Seth? Thank you very much for the 20 spot. I really appreciate you and your content. You've gotten me through a great deal. I just started working and wanted to show you some love. Thanks, bro. Well, thank you. I love hearing that. You got plenty of content to keep you busy and keep you company. Joseph is back. Hello, Solomonster. I'm back. We've gone so long that Joseph actually came back. He's got breaking news. Dominic Mysterio is returning next Saturday at the AAA show in Mexico to confront El Grande Americano. Okay. Well, but which one? There's more than one now. Which Americano is he confronting? He says, I missed Dom at the Royal Rumble tonight. Yeah, I didn't even notice until after. I was expecting him to be in there, and he wasn't. Any AJ TNA matches that you recommend, says Super Pony. Yeah, there was a Kurt Angle match. I don't remember which pay-per-view it was. There's the Unbreakable match from 2005 with him and Samoa Joe and Christopher Daniels. I think there's a really good one with Abyss. I don't offhand remember the specific events. I know there was a Bound for Glory one in there. If you've never seen the Unbreakable match, though, start with that one from 2005. Joseph says, I hope Dom returns this Monday. Buy or sell, Battlefield Earth or Kazam? Ugh. It's like asking me, do you want to be stabbed or shot? I'll go Kazam. I'm so happy Liv won the Royal Rumble tonight. And Adam West Batman show was on tonight on MeTV. Well, I was a little bit busy, so I didn't get to see it. Thank you, Joseph. And Cameo Johnson, WWE could use AEW freedom and creativity with their stars to make them more interesting. Julia would have been much better off in NXT or AEW. Y2J at the Chamber. He is free on that day. He has no tour date on that day. Dagami, Hobbs is combo of his son and his mom's names. Joseph says, have a good night and take care. Thank you, Joseph. Leopoldo says, when I hear Julia, I always think of Julia with a J. And Orwizzle says in Triple H voice, are you ready for 2 nights of the Royal Rumble? Oh, I already guaranteed you guys. That's the next PLE that goes to 2 nights. Probably starting next year, if I had to venture a guess. You'll have a women's rumble on one night. You'll have a men's rumble on the other. You'll be able to have a couple of extra matches because they're breaking it up into 2. It's only a matter of time. Guaranteed. And we got Jabe Shepard. Stone Cold talking bad about creative. Jobbed out to a rookie, Brock Lesnar, on free TV. Roman Reigns talking bad about creative. Royal Rumble win. Well, I think the comments were made... I think the comments were made in character. I'm not really sure what purpose it serves. I guess we'll see if somehow they incorporate it into like an angle or a storyline on TV. But yeah, I mean, a double standard in wrestling is not really a new concept. It's definitely happened before. Hey, Zombified Guitarist, 50 months of channel membership. Julia Gulia would be a great creator wrestler name. What? Would it though? Would it really? Thank you, bro. That's a long time to be a channel member. I appreciate that. Well, we are closing in on 1,300 likes, which is quite the number. And we actually did hit the 3rd goal, which means that I have 3 rounds of Be the Booker I've got to go through. So you're getting your first 3-night spectacular. We're talking about 2 nights. You're getting 3 nights. But first, Super Pony says the start of the new era on Raw. Are you ready, Sol? Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready for another new era. Oh, Leopoldo, yeah, I forgot about that. The Wedding Singer. I haven't seen that movie in ages. Yeah, that went right over my head. Anyway, we got 3 rounds to do. Let's do it. This is exciting.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to be the Booker.
This is exciting. Can you imagine if we end up getting like the opposite of a clean sweep in all 3? Where I just have to like buzz through all of them. All right, here we go. This is a little segment we do if you're new here. It's my random generator that I've created. And we're going to try to book our own matches here. A tag match, a women's match, and a men's match. And we're going to do this 3 times. And our first team here is Kane and Mankind. The tag team champions at one point. Against also the tag team champions at one point, the Hart Foundation. Bret Hart and the Anvil against Kane and Mankind. That could be a main event anywhere. That's a main event right there. We're opening the show with it. They're curtain jerking. On the women's side, we have the beautiful Mariah May. This is back in her Stardom days. And Mariah May will be taking on Priscilla Kelly, former Gigi Dolan. I'll give that a bell. And our first of 3 main events. Let's see. We have, everybody, get ready. Everybody all aboard. The Godfather is here. Who's ready? Who's ready to hop aboard? Are you ready? I'm ready. I've been ready. The Godfather against Bret the Hitman Hart. You know, we kind of got that once on a Saturday night's main event. We had the Hitman against Papa Shango. I was leaning in a different direction here until Brett popped up, and I said, you know what? Anybody can make that work. It's that guy. All right, so we have a clean sweep in the first round. That's a very good sign. So what we are going to do in these next 2 rounds, we're going to have stipulations for these matches. All right? This is how this works. And our our first stipulation is a Mountain Dew pitch black match. It's going to be a tag team Mountain Dew pitch black match in the dark. Glow in the dark. It is. I'm going to go by their WWE names here. I know they're in Ring of Honor now, MXM, but I'm going to go Marseille and Mansois. You already know where this is headed. I think you guys know exactly where this is headed. It's already an end of the sweep. Oh, man. Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Choose 2 single stars to form a makeshift team. A stipulation on top of a stipulation. This could potentially be salvaged here. It's still not looking good, but let's see. Let's see how this works out. We have Braun, look at him in this photo. My God. Bronze Breaker. And there's Adam Pearce in the background. Adam Pearce is always with Braun Breaker. He should be his manager. He should be his new manager. He's always with him. This photo is old. Why is he always there? Bronze Breaker and Bam Bam Bigelow. Hey, you know what? That's a hell of a team. I hate to do this, but I don't know, man. Braun Breaker and Bam Bam Bigelow, though, is a team in a Mountain Dew pitch black match. You know what? I'm going to give that the bell. I'm intrigued by this tag team. I actually see. I told you, don't count it out yet. Don't count it out yet. All right, now we have a dog collar match, a women's dog collar match. Wendy Richter, going back in time here. Oh, we need to land on Toni Storm. It would be so appropriate if it was Toni Storm. Hikaru Shida and Wendy Richter in a dog collar match. Where the hell is Shida? I can't even remember the last time I saw her on TV. Where the hell has she been? All right, look, hey, the double sweep is still possible here. I could tell you this, we have never in the history of Be the Booker, I don't even remember if we've done 3 rounds. We've never had 3 sweeps in one night. This would be a record if we pull this off. So we have an APA Invitational, which is basically just a giant clusterfuck of a barroom brawl in the back of the arena here. So we have the APA Invitational in our main event. Say his name and he appears. Joe Hendry. Well, he wasn't in the Royal Rumble tonight, but at least he's on the Royal Rumble recap. Joe Hendry in the APA Invitational. Oh, how is this going to go? Against Roosh. Oh, man. Roosh is going to fuck him up. He is going to fuck his shit up, isn't he? He's going to do what he did to Jungle Boy in that match. This is not going to end well for Joe Hendry. All right, we get one more round. We ain't done yet. We just got back. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Shit. I almost forgot. We got back-to-back sweeps. I think this might happen. I think this might really happen. Roosh is going to beat the shit out. Yeah, Joe ain't going to be smiling after that. All right, we got a good old-fashioned hardcore match. That's how we're kicking things off here. We need one more sweep to make Be the Booker history. All right, so we got the Good Brothers, Gallows and Anderson. That's a hardcore match. Remember that. I'm going to do drum rolls for all three of these matches. Gallows and Anderson against the Hart Foundation. Man, Hart Foundation's pulling double duty here. I think Hart Foundation just saved another match. That's what I think. All right, we're still alive here. We're still alive. We have a strap match. That is the stip for our women's match here. It is a strap match. They will be bound by the wrist by a long leather strap. Jade Cargill, bound by a leather strap. Here in this match. Jade Cargill against Alexa Bliss. Bliss fan, that's for you. I give you the bell, Bliss fan. Bliss fan's all over that. He wants that championship back around this woman's waist. I know that. Okay. It all comes down to this. We are on the verge of history here. We have a tables, ladders, and chairs match. Now, it's hard to fuck up a TLC match. But we have a TLC match on tap here. Oh, this is exciting. This is exciting. Poor Alexa. She is a tiny woman. All right, TLC. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's
Goldberg.
It's Goldberg. Bill Goldberg. In a tables, ladders, and chairs match. Oh, my God. Against The Rock. I got to tell you, my finger was on the buzzer. I was just waiting for it. I was waiting for it. And then we landed on The Rock. And it's not just The Rock. It's, you see the SmackDown banner there. This is classic 1999 SmackDown Attitude Era Rock. And The Rock saved it. Because otherwise, that would have been the end of the sweep. We got 3 straight sweeps for the first time ever. That deserves some applause, I would say. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. If ever there was some applause that was deserved. And Brian Watts, they're saying the Brock elimination was a botch. Who's saying that? The Brock elimination was a botch? No, that can't be true. Who's saying that? I mean, they teamed up to double clothesline the guy out over the top rope. Was Brock gonna skin the cat? I can't see that happening. Let me see here. Let's see. No, I don't think. I don't know who this they is that you speak of, but didn't look botched to me. Actually, the entire booking was botched. The spot itself, I don't think, was botched. He pulls a Kofi Kingston. He handstands back into the ring. I'd pay good money to see that. G. Barry Free says Kit Wilson would have gotten kidnapped by Saudi officials if he showed up. Oh, wow. I see. Well, he could have wore a full bodysuit. Marshall says, I can't believe I just witnessed history. My first ever 3 Be the Booker. I just shed a tear. Hey, you were a part of history tonight. I hope we can keep that streak alive when we do it again on Monday night, hopefully, on the Raw stream. Because that's the next time I'm going to be live with you. It'll be for Monday Night Raw, the post show, which is going to be a big Raw, by the way. It is the post-Rumble Raw. So now we are officially on the road to WrestleMania, the fallout from the Rumble. We're going to see where some of the pieces fall. Now, there's a Women's World Championship match. I'm sure Braun Breaker will be on the warpath after what happened in the Rumble. So join me then. That'll be on Monday night. Tomorrow, later in the day, episode 949 of The Sound Off. I'll have more to say about the Rumble and full recap thoughts on Season 2 of WWE Unreal. Scumdog, oh my goodness. Look at this. 5 more gifted memberships from the other night. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this. You ain't pushing me around. Watch this. Watch this. There you go. Watch this. There you go. Put your fucking hands on me, Darren. Love that super chat. Scumdog with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. And Frode says, when will the Solo Be the Booker Triple Lindy shirt be out? I got to work up a design first. And Alexander says, Truth gave Pierce his balls for nothing. Well, that's how life goes sometimes. But you learn a very valuable lesson. I hope he did anyway. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Did we really go over 4 hours tonight? Oh my God. 4 hours and 11 minutes. We went longer than the Royal Rumble tonight. I actually had more fun here on the stream with you guys than I did watching the Royal Rumble tonight. And that should never happen. But that's exactly what happened. All right, I'm going to leave you. Be well. Stay safe. Uh-oh. Joseph is back again. I'm back again, Solomonster. Do you know why they didn't bring Dom back tonight? I don't know. I mean, you're the one who just broke the news before that said apparently he's going to be back on the AAA show next weekend. So maybe, I don't know, maybe they didn't want, maybe he's not physically ready to come back because you said he's going to be there to call out Grande Americano. So I question whether or not he'll actually be doing anything physical. So he may not be medically cleared yet. That would explain that. Solo's Royal Rumble 2026 owns the actual Royal Rumble 2026. You ain't wrong about that. Hey, Joseph, have yourself a great night. And everybody else, be well, stay safe. And I will see you back here live on Monday night. It's February, everybody. I'll see you on the Raw Post Show Monday night. Until then, take care, guys.